And with this little piece of improvisation, we start into today's Sunday stream. We didn't have one of those in a long time. Actually, ever since we introduced those, we only had them twice, I think. Here we are, though, on this wonderful Sunday. The weather is beautiful. It is warm in here, guys. Did I say warm? It is slightly above warm. It is very hot. It is very humid. It is... I'm fucking dying, guys. This is not my weather. But at least we've got sunshine, right? Sunshine always makes a little bit happier. Most of the times, at least. Jaru, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks so much for joining. Slips, Lightner Loki's here. Welcome in. Have a wonderful day yourself. And Karishet, welcome back. Good to see you. How are you doing? After just the... Oh, there we go. Like the loop station is overlapping chat a bit, but there's a reason for that I'll get to in a moment. This doesn't look safe, but has anything ever looked safe in the setup? Probably not. Probably not. Also, we need to adjust the camera, I think, a little bit. Add to the left. Here we go. This is better. Stallion Man, good to see you. Welcome in. Merry Sunday to you. It is nice going live on a Sunday, I'll tell you that. I won't get used to going live in the morning, in the evenings. In the mornings. But I will definitely get used to streaming on Sundays. I'm in a good mood. I've slept. I've taken care of myself this week, which is highly unusual, and it pays off. It pays off. Controversial thought here, guys. I think I'm going to continue doing that. I hope you've taken care of yourselves as well, guys. How was your week? Piano Guy, hey! So nice to see you again. Finally managed to arrange my calendar with your stream. Well, that's so nice. Did you actually make changes to your schedule? But I'm happy to see that the Sunday stream allows a few people to join that haven't been able to join during the week on my usual streaming times. This is exactly why we did that. Well, not only because it's also because of my job now, but yeah. And Bagatur, not hot in Stuttgart. All right, save me a seat. I'm going down there right now. Slips, I'm busy. Busy with what? And well, that sounded kind of kind of like blaming you for something, or I don't know. Like busy with what? Come on, what do you have to do in your life that you're so busy? That's not how I meant it. I was genuinely curious. Listening and studying parallel, nice, Piano Guy. I hope it helps you concentrate a bit. Lots of in-person work until August, says Slips. Doing building assessments for a multitude of subject areas. Okay, building assessments. Are you talking? I'm curious. Are you talking about? I'm so sorry if I'm stupid, but are you talking about architecture, like assessment of actual buildings, or like areas? Or are you talking about some IT stuff that I probably don't understand because I never really gotten into that field? Like, it sounds like it could be both, so that's why I'm asking. Wilms, hey. I got back from a concert tonight, and now I'm experiencing some kind of post-concert hangover, so it's nice to tune in and hear some calm music from you. That's so nice. What concert have you been to? which band or which artist or which, well, maybe it was classical music or an ensemble. But yeah, and thanks for joining us tonight. Well, for you it's tonight, for me, as you can see, sun's still out. It's gonna be setting soon, probably. But the whole stream today is mostly to chill, because we have a few plans today, a few things that we haven't done before. I think during the stream we're mostly gonna do like chill music, some singing. I will see how we feel, guys. We'll always find something that we all enjoy, right? And after that, tonight we're gonna rate Rob Does Music at the end of the stream in 5 or 6 hours. Around 6 hours, probably. I have to make up for the hour I've been late. Sorry about that, guys. Life cut in the way, yet again. Today is a premiere because I will be doing something at the end of the stream for an hour, maybe an hour and a half, that I've been wanting to implement into the stream schedule for a long time, ever since we tried that out for the first time during a 24-hour stream as a special thing. And that is reading. A few people back then have enjoyed it. Most of those, or some of those, are not here with us anymore. It's been a long time. It's been 2 years since we tried that out, but it was a lot of fun to me. I love reading. I love reading out loud. It helped me also improve my English, right? So that's why we are gonna start some reading tonight. I didn't find any special public domain short stories. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna start a whole novel, and we're gonna see how that works. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we continue reading that book then in the following weeks. Maybe we'll also switch over to some short stories if that just works better, you know. Because I feel like I don't want to force people to stick around, and I don't know if it works for people to just join every 2 or 3 weeks if it's like a continued story, right? We'll see. I'm also always listening to your suggestions, to your ideas concerning some stuff like that. So never hesitate to give some feedback in chat, to give some feedback on our Discord. We have a special channel for that. I would love to hear your thoughts. William says it's a German pop artist. Okay. Would you mind sharing the name? Since I'm from Germany, I might know them. Who knows? Who knows? Mrs. Lewis says no. Compliance areas like health and safety, environmental safety, security protocols, including site security and information security. I see. Stuff that I know very, very little, if not nothing about, but I'm glad we're having people like you who understand that shit. Karisha says, I just made potato and cauliflower casserole for dinner. Nice. Please, however, don't talk too much about food because I'm getting hungry at the moment. I started getting hungry after starting the stream, and now I can't get anything to eat anymore. We'll have something later though. Lou, so good to see you. Welcome back. Long time no see. No worries, Karishat. No worries. It's nice to know that at least you will be satisfied in a few minutes. Dominic Timo. Well, that's what she said. Dominic Timo, thank you so much for 34 incredible months of supporting this stream. Thanks for being one of the first people to, I don't know, believe in whatever this is and whatever this became, and helping to shape it. Michael Schulte or Michael Schulte. The name rings a bell, but could be just because it's a German name, I'll be honest with you. But I hope you enjoyed the concert. If you want to read something classical, awesome composer Schubert, easy to read, very chill. Oh, Lou, if you're talking about the reading I was talking about, I'm reading about talking about reading an actual book. Or do you mean like Schubert wrote some stuff as well? I mean, could be. I don't know. Like, I find that a lot of artistic people a lot of times branch out into other genres and into other artistic fields. Seems it's like there's a certain drive to create with these people. But yeah, I mean, we sometimes do side read, and I love Schubert, Lou. So, yeah, maybe we can play some Schubert later. Big drama with some German artists right now? Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, Bagate. Like, all kidding aside though, yeah. There is some stuff happening right now with some German artist. Talking of course about Rammstein. I don't know if you guys are following that and what your thoughts are, and if you want to share them. I find that a lot of people also grew tired of this whole conversation real quick. I think it's a conversation we have to have. To some degree, but maybe not on the stream, so let me know. I mean, if you got thoughts on this matter, if you got things to share, or if you just want to express your thoughts and your feelings when it comes to the whole matter, please feel free to. It's not even Drama Monday. Did it start on a Monday though? I mean, it started some months back actually, but hey. Bagatu says it's pretty obvious to you that this guy was a bit off. That's my 2 cents. Well, it's easy to say that later, right, Bagatu? And I think it's important to... Well, I do understand like where that comes from, that thought, Bagatur. And I think it's a very natural thought, right? It's the same when you end a relationship and they're like, should have known from the start, you know? So I'm saying I understand where it comes from, but I think it's important to not give that thought too much room. That's just my 2 cents on your 2 cents. Because I think there is a lot of people who express themselves in a way that we find different or maybe a bit off even. And they definitely don't do stuff or get involved in stuff that we're talking about here, right? So I think it's important to differentiate there. To not be like, the next time you see someone who's maybe behaving similarly. I mean, it's difficult to say. But you know what I mean? That we don't like start to judge too often just because there's similarities between two people and one did shit and the other not, right? Hey, Oslev, good to see you, man. How are you enjoying your weekend? I think the amount of accusations is very alarming. Oh yes, indeed, Rudy. Especially, I mean, I haven't been investigating or researching too much myself. I'll be honest there. So there's only a certain amount of stuff I can say about the topic without maybe saying something wrong or saying something that I just heard, but that's not true, right? And especially with a sensitive thing like this, it's important to stick to the facts. But at least what I heard from someone that I trust with researching this properly, a friend of mine, she said that if you go down, supposedly, there have been accusations months back that have been like people or someone or I don't know if it was just a person or a group of people that approached a German newspaper being like, hey, there's this stuff going on with Row Zero. There's this stuff going on with someone casting women for the backstage area at Rammstein concerts. Would you mind looking into that maybe? Like you're a newspaper, you have the means, you have the resources to do that. So there have been like, this stuff is not new. It's not like some people make it seem that like one person posted something on the internet and then just a few people jumped on the bandwagon, right? So there's at least more to it than that. And well, it's just yeah, as my friend also said, I think she made a very important point when she said it's terrible if the things that are put into the room right now, if they are true, right? It's important not only to talk about how could this happen, or how is this one person responsible, or how could you do this as an artist, for example. I mean, it's important to ask those questions as well, but I think the important part is to be like, okay, this is one thing that of a person with a lot of power, in a position of power, especially towards fans, that they abused, right? And the crazy thing is that if all these things have been working like that for a longer period of time, it is important to ask yourself, how was this even possible, right? How did no one say something for such a long time? How is like, why is there a structural or a system that allows this? And how can we change the system to prevent something like that in the future? I think that is very important to concentrate on when something like this comes to light. Oslov says, decent day. Just coming back from the street food festival. Nice. Oslov living in the same city as me. I heard about that. Haven't been there myself though. And I don't know if I will be able to go there. Do you know how long it will be today? And Mom, welcome in. Like you got good to see you. Heavy stuff to kick the stream off with? Definitely. But let's be real, it's something that is on some of our minds, I would say. Right? So hey, why not talk about it? Joanne, welcome in. Thank you so much, dear friend, for the 33 months. Saying hello friends, lovely to see you on a Sunday, 9:15 AM. Yeah, it's a different time to stream. Different time during the day, different time during the week now that we do Sunday streams. I'm happy that makes you able to join. And thank you, I can give that right back, for being such an amazing part of this community. Great streamer, by the way, guys. Do check out Joanne. Lovely voice, plays the banjo, the guitar. And does take occasional strolls through her garden. British guy Keith Khan Harris. Never heard the name, I'll be honest. Bagato said this, much the same thing. Nice. Well, I do agree with him. It's smoky outside here in East Coast USA, says Joanne. What do you mean about smoky? Like fog? Just got finished on indoor workout to keep my mood up. Nice. I did do some yoga yesterday for the first time in a long time, on my own in the mornings, just by deciding to do it without much more than that. That was nice. Trying to keep that up. One of the few things I've did this week to kind of, treat myself, take care of myself. Haven't been doing this often enough lately, I would say. Pagatu says on Substack. What's Substack? You have to inform me there. There have been wildfires in Canada. Oh, Jesus. Horrible fires and smoke is now getting here. Okay. I was about to say, like, or is there something burning? Well, not as a joke, but you know what I mean. But crazy. Okay, making air quality unhealthy so we can't get outside. That must travel a long way. Holy. Nanatasya, hey. Good to see you. been very hard on my mental health. I believe that. I mean, it's just very kind of depressing or a depressing thing to go outside, not to be able to breathe, and then knowing where it comes from, right? Sorry to hear that. But I hope working out helped a bit. I hope hanging out with us helps a bit. At least today I felt well enough to do indoor workout. Nice. Congrats. Takes a lot to, you know, to start with something like that if you're not feeling well, or if you're feeling under the weather or bad, you know, mentally or physically. So good for you. Sotikus, welcome in chat. First timer, good to see you. Says, I also like to listen to these music streams, especially piano. Well, you came to the right place in that case. Does help a lot with my mental issues. Well, I'm glad to hear that music helps you through that. Music is so powerful. Yeah, you're most welcome here to listen, to hang a bit, relax. It's not only piano, not always super chill, but you know, we try. At least today, at least on this Sunday. We'll also do some reading later, if you want to hang out with us a bit, in about 3 or 4 hours. 3.5, I think. Yeah. So yeah, we'd love to have you. Oh, Bagatu, sorry, I missed your message. Substack is a huge platform, lots of high-profile writers post there. Okay, I see. Interesting. Sounds like a nice place to try to find like people elaborating on thoughts. Nice. My mom is here as well, saying we're staying inside because it's too hot outside. I feel you. Same here. But because of smoke, that's horrible. Yeah. Hey, Joanne, I'm glad you got into the DW. And that people help you out with learning that. It took me a long time to kind of figure out the kinks, you know, so that's cool. I do have a loop station piano guy, as you can see here. Well, here. This is the book we're gonna read later. We're gonna read some Dracula, because I have that lying around. It's public domain, we can read that on stream without getting some messages from lawyers. Well, it doesn't stand you. Let's put it away. So you can see the loop station. It's an RC505. using Studio One. Studio One 4, so not the latest iteration of the series or of that one. Also, piano guy, you need to know how to brew beer for tomorrow's exam. I would say that's an amazing school you're at. They teaching you the important stuff. Katie, hey, how are you doing? Thanks so much for joining us. Guys, Katie has a lovely voice that I would love to integrate in this loop, but I can't right now. Please do check her out. There is a reason she got partnered on stage during last year's TwitchCon. Super happy that happened. Yeah, so please do check her out. And Joanne, yes, it automatically quantizes. There's different modes. I have a mode put on that I press the button once. There's a certain beat to it and a certain like for me, I have put it on a 4/4, and then once I press the button, it automatically starts to loop when it hits the last beat. That was a very long improvisation. I don't know where that came from, but it was so much fun. I really enjoyed playing this one, and I hope you were vibing along. You're not just getting bored out of your mind. Let me say thank you to a few people. First of all, Wilms, Rudy, thank you so much for deciding to support the stream with your Prime sub this month. I do appreciate the support a lot, and I'm glad you enjoy your time enough here to make that decision. Katie is here in the 22nd month now. How time flies. Thank you so much over the small pond to your lovely island. Thank you so much for your support. Manina, welcome in. Mia, thank you so much for the claps and welcome in. Bienvenido. Nanatasia, Katie, appreciate the claps. Aisfin, good to see you. While playing, I read your lovely message earlier in chat. Thanks so much for trying to lift up our spirits. And thanks for listening, of course. Shark on top, thanks for the hydrate. Cheerio. Domi, thanks so much for reserving a seat with us here in the living room. You have your own couch to sink into now. That will always be there for you. Thank you so much for joining us. If you haven't already, say hi in chat if you want to, or just lurk in the background there. Both is highly appreciated. Mia says, it's my birthday weekend. Nice. Which of the days is your birthday, the actual birthday? Wait, it's Sunday, so it's probably already back then, but let's play a little happy birthday. Thank you so much for joining on your birthday weekend. I hope you spend some lovely days. And Simi, good to see you as well. Makara, thanks for the claps and welcome in. Saran, welcome in. Bienvenue. Oh god, you're right. I'll call later, Mom. So there's 2 happy birthdays now. We have to play. There we go. A very happy birthday to all the people who seemingly have collaborated on this. Yeah. Wasn't there like a thing that if you get a certain amount of people into the same room, there's a very, very high chance that 2 people have share a birthday? Don't know how many there were. Crazy. But I hope everybody spent their birthday or will spend their birthday in a great mood. 24 people. Was it just 24? That's crazy. So guys, We'll take a short break, a very short break, and because I do get more hungry than I was originally anticipating. There will be some music in the background though, as with every break, and I hope you enjoy that music. It is music from my 2 albums, Away and Apart, and also music from the cover album, Noises from the Living Room. So I hope you enjoy the music. If you want to check it out, if you're new here, the commands to do so are on screen. Fenris, good to see you. Welcome in, Oxy. Welcome in as well. I'll be right back with you guys. Enjoy the break, and see you in a little bit. Thanks so much for listening today, and I hope to see all of you in a little bit. Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much for your extended patience, especially since the raid came in. So let me say now, personally, welcome in raiders. Thank you so much. Fly stuck to a web, that you were able to get out of that web and fly over here to the living room. Normally, I hate flies in my flat, but you're always welcome. Thank you so much for being here. If you're still here. And welcome in raiders, of course. It's lovely to have you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks so much for still being here. If you stuck around, although I haven't been here the moment you raided. That was perfect timing. Flying Gigs, hey, welcome in. Long time no see. So thanks also for the people who followed, Sorted and Mad Job. Welcome in. Thanks for the seat reservations. I hope you have a good time in the living room. And Aesfin, thank you so much for the hydrated cheers. Jin TV, good to see you again. A few names that I haven't seen in a while. So nice you decided to come back. Miracle, good to see you, welcome in. Hope you had nice food. I didn't have nice food. I had leftovers from yesterday. From work, which were 2 burgers from McDonald's, to be honest, because yesterday we had such a stressful shift that the kitchen, the cooks were like, we won't cook anything today, so one of the colleagues just went to McDonald's and got like 30 burgers. Oh, which is so weird. When you're working at like a premium restaurant and then all you eat is like burgers from McDonald's. But it was fun. It was fun. It was, yeah. Would have been even better if we ordered the burgers and they brought them there and we're like, wait, what? Fly, you're still here. That's so nice to see. You wanted to hear like Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, right? So let's play that right away for you. And you don't have to wait any longer. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I hope you got a shout out to anyone who has been here before and doesn't know Fly Stuck to Web yet. Go check her out. Do it now. Come on, guys. It's just 2 clicks. And it will be definitely worth it. Wonderful musician. Well, now it's just 1 click, thanks to the shout out. Dora, welcome in. Thanks so much for being here and modding today. All right, let's play Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. Haven't played this in a while. Let's see how it goes. Wait, I have to side read this? Let me get used to the key real quick. All right, let's do this. Wait, where are we? What a lovely piece. Ah, Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence by Ryuichi Sakamoto. Flystack to Web. I hope you enjoyed this one. Despite one or two weird notes, but you know what? That's jazz. Spar, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. And thank you so much for the kind claps, folks. Wilms, Rudy, Flying Gigs, Poji, good to see you. Welcome in. My mom is still here. Thanks for the claps. Spar, welcome in chat. Thanks for joining us. And Flashback to Web. Thanks for the claps and sleep well. Sweet dreams. Get some well-deserved rest after your stream. And yeah, hope to see you soon again. Mage Prometheus, thanks for the claps. Welcome in. And another wonderful streamer just joined us. Welcome in Expertax. Guys, do please check out Expertax. If you enjoyed this piece, he's a pianist as well from Germany. Talented guy. Definitely worth your attention. This fly got to play dead now. Alright. Be careful of the spiders this night. Next, thanks for asking. I'm doing good, doing well. A lot of positive changes in my life lately, I guess. Like the job I started a while ago. Yeah, like social life is great. Been to a Danger Dan concert. That was definitely my highlight last week, or this week. It's still this week, Sunday, right? I think we'll continue also with a Danger Dan song to, you know, commemorate that day. One of you guys, actually, one of the viewers here, Mr. Size, he's here for 1.5 years, 2 years now. He's a tremendous supporter of the stream. I'm very, very thankful for him deciding to support the stream that much. And he's also, thanks to the stream actually, as he said, Danger Dan fan now. So he was coming into chat a few days ago, be like, you know what, there's the Danger Dan concerts here, close to the where you live, like 2 hours drive. And I'm like, yeah, let's fucking do it. So I got tickets. He got me here by car. And we drove to the concert together. That was an amazing experience. It was super nice to finally meet him after such a long time in person. Yeah, very, very glad and thankful to call him part of this community, and we had a great time there. So let's play a Danger Dan song, and after that, we'll continue with your requests, guys. We have a few requests already in, 5 in total. That means we allow 3 more. We have 8 requests in total each round of requests. Basically, we'll be here for another 2 hours with music before we get into the reading section of the stream that I'm excited to try out. So if you want to request a song, there is no boundaries here except you have to be a follower. But if you are, please do check out the song list in chat, !song list or SL. You'll get a link. We have over 800 songs, different languages, different styles, some instrumental stuff, of course, some classical. Yeah, if you would like to request a song, please go ahead. As you can see here on the side, those are the requests already in. Once we played the Danger Dan song I want to play now, we're going to start with an unknown cover for Mia. I will explain once we get there what that means. After that, we've got for Oxyzilot La Fastin from the movie Ratatouille. Simi wants to hear Brooklyn, this time as a piano version. I will do that. We'll remember. And we've got Stressed Out by 21 Pilots for Piano Guy, and Wilms Rudy wants to hear Champagne Problems by Taylor Swift, a song I haven't done in a while, so thanks for requesting one of the less played songs on here. And Mage, I do agree. It would be nice to just be like, and I'm there. Although, I have to admit, I do like distance as well. It sounds weird, but as much as I appreciate things like this stream bringing together people from all over the world, I do like traveling the distance to get there. Don't know how to explain it. It's the same like I do like flying somewhere or going there by car is a difference already, right? You kind of get a feeling how big the world is, and I don't know if I personally would like the feeling of just being able to be everywhere. It would be like time and or space would have a different meaning to us, right? Talking about this, I do remind you guys, we do have a daily question now here. This daily question is a way for you guys to, you know, start interacting in chat. If you'd like to have a conversation, but, you know, sometimes you just don't know what to say. So that's a point where you can start the conversation. Today's question from Steenway, our drunken zebra running around here. He's got like a philosophical phase right now. Wants to know from you guys, if you'd like to answer this. What do your dreams mean to you? Because when I woke up this morning, I remember like some people put a lot of meaning in their dreams, right? Like I saw this in my dreams. It has to mean something. It has to have some kind of impact on my life. Other people do think that the dreams kind of tell them something their subconscious wants to tell them. Other people are just like, ah, fuck it, it's just dreams. I don't care. So yeah, let me know your 2 cents on this if you'd like to share. And in the meantime, we're gonna start with a song by Danger Dan called Eine gute Nachricht. It's one of my favorite songs by Danger Dan. And as I know now, one of his most popular songs in general, it seems. It's called, yeah, Eine gute Nachricht. It means good news. It's a German song. I hope you'll still enjoy it, even though you don't understand each word if you're not from Germany or if you don't speak German. To kind of sum up the lyrics to this, the general gist of the song is him saying, I've got good news, right? The title of the song. I've got good news and bad ones too. First, the bad ones will all crumble to dust. We'll all become the ashes and go back to the nothingness from where we once all came from. But now the good news, not today. So there's still time for you and me. So the whole song kind of celebrates the fact that as unlikely as us being is, and as unlikely it is that we meet here today, as unlikely it is that our existence means anything, and as much as we are aware of the fact that one day we'll all die, right? Whatever that means to you, right? We're still here today, you know? And that means we can enjoy it, we can cherish the fact, and we can make the best out of it. And I like that message. So here we go. This is Danger Dan with Good News, eine gute Nachricht. Oh, let's play this one with a different piano actually. Let's switch to the upright piano. Ich hab ne gute Nachricht und ne schlechte auch. Zuerst die schlechte, wir zerfallen zu Staub. Wir werden zu Asche, kehren in das Nichts, zurück aus dem wir alle einst gekommen sind. Und jetzt die gute, heute nicht. Es bleibt noch Zeit für dich und mich. Und wenn du willst, dann schlaf doch heut bei mir. Glaub keinem Prediger, jedweder Couleur, der mit der Hölle droht und so die Welt erklärt. Sie haben mehr Angst als Trost in ihrem Angebot. Es ist schon schwer genug, ohne sie klarzukommen. Ich komm oft nicht klar, alles andere wär mir als Reaktion auf viel zu abgeklärt. Was ich fragen will, ist, schläfst du heut bei mir? Und Was ich eigentlich nur damit fragen will, ist, schläfst du heute bei mir? Und was ich eigentlich nur damit fragen will, ist, schläfst du heute bei mir? Und was ich eigentlich nur damit fragen will, ist, schläfst du heute bei mir? Ich hab ne gute Nachricht und ne schlechte auch. Zuerst die schlechte, alles hört mal auf. Der ganze Planet ist darauf angelegt, dass irgendwann in der Sonne verglüht. Und jetzt die gute, heute nicht. Es bleibt noch Zeit für dich und mich. Und wenn du willst, dann schlaf doch heute bei mir. Das Dilemma, dass wir schon das Ende kennen, zwingt uns ja nicht dazu, das hier nicht schön zu finden. Wie unwahrscheinlich war, dass wir uns treffen hier. 1 Milliarde Sterne mussten explodieren. 6 im Lotto ist dagegen lächerlich, denn es bleibt noch Zeit für dich und mich. Und wenn du willst, dann schlaf doch heute bei mir. Und was ich eigentlich nur damit fragen will, ist, schläfst du heute bei mir? Und was ich eigentlich nur damit fragen will, ist, schläfst du heute bei mir? Und was ich eigentlich nur damit fragen will, ist, schläfst du heute bei mir? Ich hab ne gute Nachricht und ne schlechte auch. Zuerst die schlechte, wir zerfallen zu Staub. Wir werden zu Asche, kehren in das Nichts zurück, aus dem wir alle einst gekommen sind. Und jetzt die gute, heute nicht. Es bleibt noch Zeit für dich und mich. Und wenn du willst, dann schlaf doch heute bei mir. And that was Eine gute Nachricht by Danger Dan. Such a beautiful song. I like both the melody and the vibe and also the message of the song so much. Mia, thank you so much for the claps. Thanks Simi, Aesvin, Wilms, I appreciate it. And Piano Guy saying, it's nice to hear you speak and sing in German. I remember the day when you only had around 700 followers. You just spoke German. That is true, yes. It's amazing that you still remember the early days. Always makes me so happy to see that even after 3 years, there's still people around, you know, who have been here in the beginning, when this all started as kind of a project against boredom during COVID. Yeah, but yes, I did start with German, and kind of was weird to me to speak German during the stream. These days, sometimes there's moments where I regret this. There's moments where I regret switching to English for some reason. Because there's moments, especially when I'm tired, for example, where I feel I can't express myself as naturally, at least, as I would in German. That like some kind of part of my personality is like pushed away or vanquishing because of this, if that makes any sense. Because I mean, the language we speak does change the way we think and the way we are. It's a very weird feeling. Then again, I got so used to doing this, and it always helped me stream in English, actually, to kind of think more about it, because I have to think what to say. I have to think how to formulate certain sentences, and that helps me to speak more consciously in general. So there's like pros and cons to both. But again, I'm mostly happy that you're still here after all these years and all these months. We have a few people answering the question with the dreams, saying they distant. I wish I could remember dreams, said Poji. when I do, they are so strange and funny that I kind of figure out any meaning. Okay, interesting. So basically, the way your dreams present themselves kind of answer the question to yourself. You just can't find any meaning because there is none, seemingly. Interesting. Ace says, not feel too bad. I had accidents many decades ago. The moment I fall asleep, I remember nothing, just a gap in my memory. Oh, that's crazy. So, like, you're saying that happened when you had the accident, or if I may ask, you don't have to share if it's like personal. Or does it mean like since the accident you just fall asleep and wake up again, like for you, like immediately after? That would be crazy. Like, generally, sleeping is so weird, right? I mean, if we dream, we mostly remember them when we wake up because our consciousness is not awake while we sleep. But like, if we don't dream, you wake up but you still know, kind of most of the times at least, that you slept for a long time or that you didn't sleep at all, depending on how well rested you are. Although you're not there while you sleep, right? That's so weird. That's the first time I think about it like that. Like, it's something that you don't experience, but at the same time you know it happened, and for some reason it still makes a difference. Simios, Amma, important question. Are you dying right now because of the temperature? I'm not dying yet, but it's getting pretty hot in here, I'm not gonna lie. With all the equipment and it being like a really hot summer right now in Germany. We have 28 degrees Celsius, that is, at the moment, and it's like sunny as hell. We had a lot of rain the past 2 months or so. Now all of a sudden it's like super sunny and super dry again. New goal, get an AC. I don't know. Not a big fan of those. See me, but yeah, that could be an idea. But right now there's more important stuff. I mean, there's like since there's no equipment left. We did manage to get most of the equipment here thanks to you guys, which I'm also very, very grateful for. I couldn't have done this just by putting it or doing that myself, financially also. So I'm really, really thankful for everyone who's like supporting this stream on Ko-fi at the moment on a monthly basis, or putting in donations every now and then, if they can, because it helps keeping the stream alive for everyone. And if you have a little bit to share and it helps running my costs, etc., or certain special events, it's much appreciated. Right now, by the way, if you're asking yourself, if you donate, if you decide to support the stream, where it's going, next month, in about a month, we're heading to TwitchCon Paris in July. Yeah, I had a lot of I'm having a lot of costs, obviously, for the accommodation there, for the tickets themselves, and everything else. So every little bit you were able to give until then will go towards financing that trip and all the things we do there. I really hope I'll be able to also stream from there. I'm staying with Sax Dragon, a saxophonist and guitar player, and with drums with Simon, a drummer. And if everything works out and our Airbnb allows it, we'll be streaming from there, maybe a little jam session. So I'll keep you posted on that. Simi, thanks for the hydrate. I do need it. I won't lie. Aesfin says, yeah, it's okay. I don't mind sharing. Thanks so much for that. Thanks for opening up. I know I still dream because if I have a good dream, if I have a good dream, if I have a bad dream, I wake up with my bed all messed up, heart rate going crazy, cold sweats. I never remember them though. Okay, so you basically, what I just said, when you wake up and you don't remember your dream in general, like you wake up and you kind of feel rested or not rested, you still feel the impact your sleep had on you, but you don't remember it itself. So nice. Okay, well, I don't know if it's nice to you or not, but interesting. Wilm says, in my dreams I often just process the events and thoughts of the day, as so many of us do, right? Even if it's sometimes just certain elements of a dream. So they kind of add clarity to my thoughts. Okay, so you kind of use them to process or to think about stuff that happened and get a new perspective on it, or a different perspective. That's nice. That's kind of like a cool way to make the best out of your dreams. See me, thanks for the lyric. Alright, so we do get to our first request today, if we don't count the raid request from Flystuck to a Web, and that is a request from Mia. However, it's not a regular request. Mia has redeemed the unknown cover redeem with her channel points, and that means an unknown cover is me covering a song that I don't know yet, just with the help of the lyrics and the chords of the song, which means I'm not gonna listen to the song first, even though I don't know it. I'm gonna make up a melody and a rhythm, etc., just based on the chords, the way the chords work and the way the lyrics work together with the chords. Yeah, and we'll see how close it is to the original or how far away it is. And it's always a fun thing to try out. Excited to see what happens, Mia. Thanks for getting that. And Scuba Mark, holy, thank you so much, you kind soul, for being here, for listening, and also for your enormous donation just now. Thank you so much for the 50 euros towards our travel funds for the TwitchCon Paris in 23, in July 23. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the stream and you enjoy the streams lately in general when you're able to join. All right, so we have two songs to choose from. I think I'll just try to the first one, and if I don't find lyrics or chords to it, we have to try the other one. The one is called The Leaving Song Part 2 by AFI. Leaving Song Part 2, AFI, chords. And there are chords. Those are tabs. I need chords, holy crap. Okay, this doesn't help at all. Let's see if this helps. Yes, this helps. All right, let's have a look at the chords. We start with an E minor. And then there's... Okay, so the first thing I notice about these chords is, well, there's a lot of change in all the lyrics. Weird. Is that it starts on an E, and then there's always like two chords written very close, or three chords even sometimes written very close, right? So I just guess that it's not just like, but it's like an E minor, and then it's like bum bum bum, and then it goes into the next stanza. Dun, 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 dun. Then it goes over to a C. Okay, it's still weird. It's really difficult to find like a rhythm where this makes sense without changing too often. That seems to be the chorus. How do we do this? Those are very intriguing chords. Nothing special, but like the way they are arranged is weird. Okay, so I want to put a beat under this. With like a real drum set. Something like that. All right, let's see what we can do. Maybe that also helps getting some clarity into these chords. Let's not use a piano. Oh, right, Vivo? True. It was definitely inspired by that. I think that's why I had the certain rhythm in my head. Nice. I knew it was inspired by something, but I didn't know what it was. Thanks for cleaning that up for us. You know, just proves you're always inspired by something. I'm really excited to hear the original. Walked away, heard them say, poison hearts will never change. Walk away again. Turned away in disgrace, felt the chill upon my face, cooling from within. It's hard to notice, gleaming from the sky, when you're staring at the cracks. It's hard to notice what is passing by with eyes lowered. You walked away, heard them say, poison hearts will never change. Walk away again. All the cracks, they lead right to me, and all the cracks will crawl right through me. And all the cracks, they lead right to me, and all the cracks will crawl right through me. And I fell apart. All the cracks, they lead right to me, and all the cracks will crawl right through me. And all the cracks, they lead right to me, and all the cracks will crawl right through me. And I fell apart. As I walked away, heard them say, poison hearts will never change. Walk away again. Turned away in disgrace, felt the chill upon my face, cooling from within. And all the cracks, they lead right to me, and all the cracks will crawl right through me. And all the cracks, they lead right to me. And all the cracks will crawl right through me. And I fell apart. Alright, that was our unknown cover of The Leaving Song Part 2. Oh no, wait. Was this The Leaving Song Part 2? Or was this The Leaving Song? Mia. Did I get the right one? Did I get the one you wanted to hear? I just hope so. Because there's the Leaving Part, and The Leaving Part 2 is just like tabs, so I don't know if The Leaving Part 2 has actual lyrics. Or if it's the same song. In any case, it's okay. Okay, so it wasn't the right song. Wait, but was The Leaving Song Part 2 actually just an instrumental? Because instrumentals, I'm obviously not able to play as an unknown cover, because I need both lyrics and chords, or maybe. Oh no, there are lyrics. Okay, weird, but I always just found like tabs. That is so weird. So let's listen to it real quick, to the original that we just covered. So you guys obviously can't hear this song right now because of copyright reasons. Well, I was right about the way the chords switches are a bit faster than the rest. Oh, it's a beautiful song though. It's very difficult, like even to cover it would have been difficult, but nice. Mia, thanks for making me aware of this song. I will definitely go listen to this another time. You know, like on my own. And yeah, I still appreciate you. You know what? For that since I played the wrong song, you still were happy with it, and I'm glad you were. But let's at least refund you points for the unknown cover redeem. So you get some points back. Here we go. Nobody say I'm ripping off my folks, right? Dando Duo, welcome in chat. Thanks so much for joining us. Just nonchalantly requesting their own song. I love it. But yeah, we're sticking to the song list today. There is a way to request live learns, however, that would cost some channel points. I hope you understand. It's get a bit darker since the sunlight is in my face. Caleb lives here. Welcome in. Thanks so much. 2 amazing years. Well, it's 2 years, not 7 months. That's over 2.5 years. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for still being here. Appreciate that. How are you doing? Been here for a long time. All right. Let's continue with our next request. This one is Le Festin from Ratatouille. I do play this a little bit slower than the original is being played, I think. But yeah, let's try. I haven't played this in a while as well, so this is going to be played side reading from sheet music. Let's do it. Oh, wait. Wait, what? We're in which key? This song is not how I remember it. That was Le Festin from the movie Ratatouille, Lightbringer. You are very correct about this. In a version that I haven't played yet, so the version I played before was much simpler and less complex. I really like this version though. I needed some time to get into it because I didn't remember the melody anymore. But I think we'll stick with this version in the future. And the more we play it, the better it gets again. So Oxy, thank you so much for requesting this song. I hope you enjoyed it. Lightbringer and Andrew D. Boyle, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you with us today. And I hope it won't be the last time we see you. If you haven't already, say hi in chat. We'd love to see you. Rudy, thanks for the claps. Simi, yes, remember that, no worries. Emia, thanks for the love in chat. X-Protects already spending 164 hours in the living room. That is a lot of time. Thanks for that. I haven't been here in over 2 years, Caleb. Well, it's good to have you back. It's nice that you joined again. Life has been up and down, you said earlier. I remember you saying members who came back after a while normally will get VIP. I don't remember saying that, Caleb. I don't know if that is how we treated things earlier, and I hope that's not the only reason you came back and you're sticking around. By now we do have a system where I do VIP other streamers, other musicians, not because they're super special or anything, not more special than any of you, but because I have programmed my bot to give an automatic shout out to VIPs joining chat, and that way I don't have to single-handedly, or my mods don't have to single-handedly shout out every streamer that regularly visits our stream. I think it's a nice way to make use of that VIP badge. And it basically, the VIP badge means, hey, this is a streamer I do enjoy watching myself. This is a streamer that you could check out if you want to add more musicians to your list. Was a long time ago. I mean, it could be. Again, I don't remember this. It's amazing that you remember this after like 2 years. Crazy memory. But yeah, it could be that back then we handled it that way. I came back because I really do miss it. Well, you had to say that now. I'm just kidding. No, I'm really glad. I'm again, like VIP or not. I really appreciate people. We had like piano guy earlier, who is someone that has been here for the entire time, who has been here when the stream just started out, There's a few others that are not with us anymore, as in they're not watching anymore. They're still alive and well, I do hope. And I'm also super happy, and always super happy to see these names pop up in chat. Caleb, I have to admit, I didn't remember your name from back then. It's been a long time, but since chat didn't say you're a first time, I was like, wait, there's someone who has been here. And then you said like 2 years, 7 months ago you started following. That's like, yeah, right when we started, like half a year after I started streaming. Or 5 months even after I started streaming. That's crazy. So yeah, I do appreciate it, and I hope you you enjoy the stream still, and maybe even more so now that it's a little bit fancier, all the tech stuff and the rest. We did make some progress in the past 2 years. So, our next song was requested by Simi. Simi is a regular, being here like every single stream lately. So I'm happy to play this one, especially since it's one of my favorite songs by Woodkid. We play this one normally with a guitar sound on the piano. This time though, as specifically requested by Simi, we play this one with a piano and sing. Hope you enjoy this one. It's called Brooklyn. Buying some vintage records in Williamsburg stores, playing paper boats on East River shores, meeting mermaids and lobsters in Coney Island, puking our deep-fried Oreos in Astroland, spending our days watching skylines from rooftops, on Independence Day, Manhattan fireworks. Life is easier where the walls are red. Brooklyn is a place stuck in my head. Here in Paris, rain is falling. My heart belongs to Brooklyn. I'm sick of all star food, I wanna be where life is. As simple as $2 pizza slices. I swear I'll tell you next time I knock at your door that I am not leaving Brooklyn anymore. Would it be that nice if you weren't a part of it? Would Brooklyn be worth crossing the Atlantic? Life is easier where we can join our hands. Your face is a face that's stuck in my head. Here in Paris, rain is falling. My heart belongs to Brooklyn. Life is easier where we can join our hands. Your face is a face that's stuck in my head. Here in Paris, rain is falling. My heart belongs to Brooklyn. That was Brooklyn by Woodkid. Thanks so much, Simi, for the request. Works wonderfully with the piano as well. Especially like the transitioning parts in between do work a lot better with the piano, I think, like this. This doesn't have the same effect with the piano, I think, with the guitar. Mia, thank you so much for the claps. It's much appreciated. And let's not dwell for too long on this song and continue with our next request, being Stressed Out by 21 Pilots for Piano Guy. Again, one of the old-timers in here when it comes to the stream. And Klaxi, I did see you sneaking in there, getting a request in. Love to see it. Thank you so much for being here. Shout out into the lurk. Big turn back time to the Ow. Let's just fuzz it a little bit. I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. I was told when I get older all my fears were trained, but now I'm insecure and I care what people think. My name is Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name is Blurry Face and I care what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when our mama sang us to sleep, but now we stress out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when our mama sang us to sleep, but now we stress out. We stress out. Sometimes a certain smell will take me back when I was young. How come I'm never able to identify where it's coming from? I'd make a candle out of it if I ever found it. Tried to sell it, never sell out of it. I'd probably only ever sell one. It'd be to my brother, cause we have the same nose, same clothes, homegrown, the stones thrown for the week we used to roam. But a word reminder when nothing really mattered. Out of student loans and treehouse homes, we all to drag the ladder. Name is Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name is Blurry Face and I care what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when our mama sang us to sleep, but now we stress out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when our mama sang us to sleep, but now we stress out. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at our face, saying wake up, you need to make money. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We'd build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at our face, saying wake up, you need to make money. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when our mama sang us to sleep, but now we stress out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when our mama sang us to sleep, but now we stress out. We used to play pretend, used to play pretend, honey. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. We used to play pretend, used to play pretend, money. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they laughing in our face, saying wake up, you need to make money. Yeah. I was Stressed Out by 21 Pilots, and I do remember now that I sang it, which we haven't done in a while as well. A lot of some of the older songs being requested today. I like it. I still remember Piano Guy. This was one of the first songs we added to the songs when I started singing on stream, which I didn't before. It still feels fairly new to me. Because I still remember back then I was living with my now ex-girlfriend, and I still remember when I sang this one in the beginning. My voice was not obviously way worse than it is today. And I think I still have a lot to work on. But you know, it's more bearable, I guess, I would say, than it was back then when I just started out, especially with this song. And I still remember when I live learned this one and I played it for the first time on stream, and I was just having fun, and she was coming in being like, making that face that just said like, can you please stop? It's bad. And you know what? Here we are. Here we are, now on our own. Shouldn't have made that face. No, I'm just kidding. It was not because of that. Do you have room for rumsitzen? Yeah, sure thing. Sure thing. Park Joke, hey. Welcome in chat. I think we can add that one. I mean, today requests are just dribbling in, so I think it should be fine, Mia. You just can just request it, I think. It should work. And Mikey Lancelo. Michelangelo, but like weird. Thanks so much for the follow. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you have a wonderful time with us. And I hope you enjoy the songs and the music. Thanks as well, of course, for the kind claps in chat. Thanks Mia, thanks Rudy, and thanks Piano Guy, of course. No, Mia, again, it's fine. It's fine. You just add it through the usual way. Should be fine. Brandwag, welcome in. The little drummer zebra? Wait, what? Oh, good to see you, man. Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Steamway is not here, though. Steamway's in the other room, I think. Still hungover from yesterday. We had a few drinks after work. Well, I worked and he had a few drinks after. That's the way we do this. Oh, that was a weird laugh. Okay, I have to listen to Champagne Problems again. Like, I do still have one part of the chorus in my head, but not the rest, so let me check that. Mintolina, welcome in. Right, it was like that. Yeah, this one I remember. Okay, got it. Let's do this. This is Champagne Problems, Taylor Swift. Booked the night train for a reason, so you could sit there in this hurt. Busting crowds of silent sleepers, you're not sure which is worse. 'Cause I dropped your hand while dancing, left you out there standing, crestfallen on the landing. Champagne problems. Your mom's ring in your pocket, my picture in your wallet. Your heart was glass, I dropped it. Champagne problems. problems. You told your family for a reason you couldn't keep it in. Your sister splashed out on the bottle. Now no one's celebrating. Dom Perignon, you brought it. No crowd of friends applauded. Your hometown skeptics call it champagne problems. You had a speech, you're speechless. Love slipped beyond your reaches, and I couldn't give a reason. Champagne problems. Your meter's touch on the Chevy door, November flush and your flannel cure. This storm was once a madhouse. I made a joke, well it's made for me. However green, I grew up, friends don't think we'll say that word again. And soon they'll have the nerve to deck the halls that we once walked through. One for the money, two for the show. I never was ready, so I watch you go. Sometimes you just don't know the answer to someone's on their knees and asks you. She would have made such a lovely bride. What a shame she's fucked in the head, they said. But you'll find the real thing instead. She'll patch up your tapestry that I shred and hold your hand while dancing. Never leave you standing. Crest falling on the landing. Champagne problems. Your mom's ring in your pocket, her picture in your wallet. You won't remember all my wrong. Champagne problem. Mandy, welcome in. Oh, wrong chat. You you confused me so much with that. I was singing wrong chat because I read that comment at the same time while singing. So instead of champagne problems, it came wrong chat. You're posting in the wrong chat. You're opening the wrong stream, and suddenly he sings about it. A wrong chat. But I guess I thank you for joining. Thank you for listening. It's so great to have you even though you're in the wrong chat. We'd love to have you for a bit longer. You can request a song if you want to. And don't worry that you were in the wrong chat. And hold your dance while and hold your hand while dancing. Never leave you standing. Wrist falling on the landing. Champagne problem. Your mom's ring in your pocket, a picture in your wallet. You won't remember all my champagne problems. Champagne problems. By Taylor Swift. Wilms, that one was for you, and I do hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for the kind claps, Wilms. You were discussing air quality and whether to close the windows. Oh, I guess that depends where you're from, right? Like in my case, it would probably be better to open the windows air quality-wise. However, sound quality-wise for my neighbors, it would probably be the wrong thing to do. So that's why I'm just, brewing in here. You're so welcome, Rudy. You're so welcome. So we started very instrumental and now we are continuing very singy. However, the next song, or the song after the next song, will be played with the piano again only. I like the wrong chat version. We could make that a whole song, right? Oh, Mandy, you too? Joanne was here before and she said the same thing. That there's like from wildfires from Canada, like smoking down on the East Coast, I think it was. You're the magic of the moment on a glory night. Let's try this one in the original key. If Amma opened his windows, the air quality would be improved enough to reach 12 climate goals. What? 12 climate goals inside of this room, yes. I follow the Moskva down to Gorky Park, listening to the wind of change. An August summer night, soldiers passing by, listening to the wind of change. The world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close like brothers? The future's in the air, I can feel it anywhere, blowing with the wind of change. Take me to the Jesus. Choking on my own spit again. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change. Welcome in, you raiders. It's great to see you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. Wild Cherry TV, which is in disguise VV. Thank you so much for being here. the street, distant memories buried in the past forever. I follow the Moskva down to Gorky Park, listening to the wind of change. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow share the dreams with you and me. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change. The wind of change blows straight into the face of time, like a storm wind that will ring the freedom bell for peace of mind. Let your balalaika sing, balalaika, sorry, what my guitar wants to say. To the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow share their dreams with you and me. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much, Vivi. In the disguise of Cherry TV, Wild Cherry TV. Thank you so much for the raid, friend. How are you doing? Guys, please do check out Vivi. He's one of my favorite streamers. He's got an incredible voice. His streams are just like soothing for the soul. I'm not just saying that. Please do check him out and show him some love. Welcome in, Soticus. Wait, Soticus was here before, right? I'm getting so confused right now. Sorry, I'm overwhelmed with the raid. Love the song. Wish I had your cover on Spotify. I usually don't upload any covers on Spotify in general because that costs a lot of money. But thanks. I'm glad you liked it so much. Always the possibility to upload it on my SoundCloud at some point. And you can always come back to this point in the VOD that we will upload on YouTube, and also you can clip this so I know when this song was played, and then let us know on the Discord that you would like this part highlighted, and we will upload it to YouTube. I mean, it will be together with the raid then and the raid version, but hey. Sorrited, you're so welcome, thank you. And Nutane, welcome in chat. So great to have you here. Good looking person. Sasha, thanks so much for the claps and welcome in. Nanatasya, appreciate it. Silver, good to see you. Thanks for the claps, Dora. Thanks for the love in chat. Just Dor. Thank you so much for the offline. It was you, right? Wait, not that I mix up things. No, it was you. Thank you so much for the 10 euro donation that goes towards the trip to TwitchCon Paris. Thanks for supporting me. And yeah, we were a bit unfortunate with the internet, but Luna and me will do another stream together, so you can be looking forward to that. Foothill Rounders, thanks so much for joining. Another great musician in chat. Had a good rest after the concert. I slept for 2 or 3 hours when I came home. Then I went to work at 4, working for 9 hours. So it was a very stressful shift. I have no idea how I survived that, Sasha, but it was worth every bit. Had a great time meeting you, man. And yeah, just, you know, as you said, it was great that it wasn't like awkward or anything. It was just like 2 guys going to a concert, you know. And I really appreciate you putting out the idea and hosting me for a night on your couch. Totally burned from Berlin, will never walk again, but all worth it. Well, you saw Tenacious D live. I mean, what more can you want in life? On the first part of the journey, I was looking at all the life. There were plants and birds and rocks and things. There were sand and hills and rings. The first thing I met was a flight with a bus and the sky with no clouds. The heat was hot and the ground was dry, but the air was full of sound. Oh yeah, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one for to give you no pain. Singing la, 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 la. La la, singing la 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 la, singing la 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 la. After 2 days in the desert sun, my skin began to turn red. After 3 days in the desert fun, I was looking at a riverbed. And the story it told of a river that flowed made me sad to think it was dead. You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. We're in the desert, you can't remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one for to give you no pain. Singing la, 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 singing la, 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 and the Tenacious D version, singing la, 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 la. After 9 days, I let the horse run free, 'cause the desert had turned to sea. There were plants and birds and rocks and things. There was sand and hills and rings. Oh, the ocean is a desert with its life underground and a perfect disguise above. Under the cities lies a heart made of ground, but the humans will give no love. You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one for to give you no pain. Say la, 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 singing la, 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 it's singing la, La 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 la, singing la la la, singing la la di da di da da da, singing la di da di doobly dee doo, singing la 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 la. That one was for Vivi because he's always playing the song for me, and I have to think of Vivi every single time I play the song or I hear the song. And Vivi, I definitely want to do a cover with you together to play the song together. If we can somehow arrange that. That would be an honor for me. Sorate, thank you so much. Vielen Dank. And thank you so much, Mom, for gifting a sub to the wonderful Vivi Lettish. The support is much appreciated, and also the love for Vivi. Lulev, thank you so much for the follow. Zasha, thanks for the 20 months, of course. I appreciate your support, man. And Wilms, thanks so much for being here for such a long time. Thanks for hanging out with us. You have a lovely, lovely evening or rest of your day, wherever you are. Thanks. See you next time. We'll be back tomorrow, actually. 11 a.m. in the morning again. Mia, thanks so much for the follow. You were singing along just now. So what's your impression, Vivi? Do you think it would sound good if we do this one together? Do you think that would work? Hey, welcome in, Aurora. It looks a bit like golden hour. It's not golden hour though. It's still very much very sunny outside and very hot. So hot. It's like hotter than Vivi, and it's difficult to do that. To be hotter than Vivi. Wait, sorted. Is that a goodbye to us because you're leaving as well, or was that a goodbye to Williams? I'm confused. How was your Danger Dan concert? It was amazing. Like the most amazing part is that he's able to, even at the place he played, he's able to get a political message out there. So right through one of his songs, he just rolled out banners on both sides of the stage from the Antifa, and then there was like a bunch of Antifas in the back just starting to shout. It was amazing. It was amazing. And he played like a song. He talked a lot about songs that have been lost because during the time of the Third Reich in Germany, a lot of artists who have been writing things against the government were persecuted, had to flee, were sometimes imprisoned or worse, and their works have been destroyed and been lost in time. And they played a song that was written by someone who was able to flee Germany in 1933 early enough. So this song has survived, but it's not really been played a lot. And he brought a string quartet on stage that played this song, and that was something else. That was like the stuff that Goosebumps are made of. Yeah, and he played a few songs that he didn't write himself, to get like a message out there, and I really like that. I appreciated that. I thought you were saying goodbye, but you aren't, don't you? No. I was just saying goodbye to Wilms, who's leaving or had to leave. didn't say hi, I was so close to you this time. Well, the thing is, it was kind of a random Aktion. I drove there after work at 4. Sasha got me. Then we drove to the concert at 6. It was raining cats and dogs. We were so wet. Sasha had like to wring his shirt. We went inside. We were listening to the concert. And after that, we went to his place. I slept on the couch. And the next morning, we just left again. And I had to work in the evening. So basically, it was like a very quick thing. Not much time for anything else. It usually rains water here, not cats or dogs. Well, that's Russia, maybe, Vivi, but over here it's raining cats and dogs. You're really unlucky. I was just 30 kilometers away. It was very sunny the whole day. Oh, what the? So you just took all the sun away from us. Is that where they come from? Yes, it's when two clouds have very intimate intercourse, that's where one cloud puts its cloudy penis inside the other cloud's cloudy vagina, and then they have a rough fuck, and then it's raining cats and dogs. That's where cats and dogs come from. I don't know why I made this so explicit, but I kind of had to. You mumble? Nice. Maybe I should become a mumble rapper. I was really trying to push the sun to you. We appreciate it though, Aurora. I mean, it cleared up later, so when we walked back to the car, at least it was drier. You mean Beavis and Ben John Joe? Let's use the scientific terms. Oh man, oh Vivi, cracking me up. Oh, was it with a Hessentag? Yes, Aurora, exactly. Was it Hessentag? All right. Let's play our next request. This one's for Klaxi. This is a medley consisting of different songs written by Kai Rosenkranz for the German video game series Gothic. Gothic 1, Gothic 2, Gothic 3. Beautiful music. And I hope you enjoy that. This one's a chill a chill piano thing, so no singing. Time for you to lean back and enjoy the music, and I can rest my voice. And that was a medley consisting of different melodies that were composed by Kai Rosenkrantz for the Gothic series. The first piece was the Gothic 2 piano medley, also the theme of the whole series. After that, most pieces were taken from the third instance of the game series. We had Welcome to Trellis, we had Welcome to Varant, we had Welcome to Ishtar, and what else? Oh, right, the Vanguard theme, I think. Danke Kai, danke Merkel. Lord Brezo, greetings to you. Thanks for the claps and welcome in. Mia, thank you so much as well. Sorted, I'm glad you liked it so much. Claxy, who requested this one, thank you so much for being here and for listening. Oral Seeker Sects, 85, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for listening. So, what we will do now is we will play 2 more requests. As you can see here, we have 2 left. The first one being Rumsitzen by Danger Dan, the other one Chicago for Mintolina. 2 German songs actually, so I hope you enjoy those. I will do my best to let you know what these songs are about, maybe even translate them depending on how well they translate. The first one is another Danger Dan tune that he wrote back in the days with NMZS as part of the Antilopen Gang. This one I'll loop, so bear with me. We do start with a guitar sound. It's always difficult to find like the right guitar sound, there's just too many. No, but interesting that I have that. No. Okay, this one is, oh no, did it crash? No. Oh, something like that, right? Oh, that works. I don't know. This one doesn't go high enough. This one kind of works, I guess. Sora, thank you so much for this stuff. There we go. So this song is called Rumsitzen, which means sitting around. And it's a lot about this notion of people always feeling the need to do something, feeling the need to accomplish something and to get somewhere, and this becoming less of a thing to motivate you, but more a thing to haunt you, more a thing that makes you not driven but stressed, you know? And about folks these days that always go around like that, you know, live your dream, do this, do that. But in the end, most of them are either privileged or do have other reasons why they feel inclined to put this on others, you know. So the chorus goes something like, you want a house with a garden, I just want to sit around. You want to walk in the sun, I just want to sit around. You want responsibility and power, I just want to sit around. You want to do something with your life, I just want to sit around. You will want this, you want that, I just want my peace and quiet. And I relate to that, so here we go. And sort of, we might do easy. I want to try this one either way because I like the song. Yeah, rich man's heaven is the poor man's hell. Steck mich 3 Tage in ein all-inclusive Hotel und ich schwöre, ich box mit dem abgebrochenen Caipirinha Cocktailglas Splitter auf den Kopf der Animateure. Denn ich bin lieber Außenseiter als einer von 1000 Leuten, die sich über Maibäume freuen. Das ist kein Liebesbeweis, das zeigt lediglich, wie armselig und seelenlos ihr seid. Und ein kleinstadt-avantgardistischer Kunststudent mit Röhrenjeans und einem lila-pinken Unterhemd erzählt mir was von Untergrund und unkommerziell. Seine Digicam hat ihm seine Mutter geschenkt. Rette die Welt, rette dein Leben, bau du ein Haus, pflanze einen Baum, lese ein Buch und erkenne dich selbst. Aber lass mich in Ruhe, ich komm nicht auf die Vernissage und deine scheiß Premierenparty mit Sektempfang, yeah. Du willst ein Haus mit Garten, ich will rumsitzen. Du willst in der Sonne spazieren, ich will rumsitzen. Du willst Verantwortung und Macht, ich will rumsitzen. Du willst aus deinem Leben was machen, ich will rumsitzen. Du willst dies, du willst das, ich will meine Ruhe. Du willst Kies, du willst Spaß, ich will meine Ruhe. Du willst Liebe, du willst Sex, ich will eigentlich nur, dass ihr mich in Ruhe lasst und Onken Stracciatella quart. Zeig mir irgendwas, was heil ist und ich mach es kaputt. Kinderzimmer für immer, Ground Zero, Asche und Schutt. Du hast Angst, dein Leben zu verkacken, ich geb keinen Fick, denn ich fühl mich selbst zum Resignieren zu träge und verballert. Sitz im Regen und da prasselt, okay, das stimmt gerade nicht und es ist auch ein ziemlich plattes Bild, tja. Ich hielt die meisten meiner Freunde für Künstler, doch stellte fest, das ist nur ein Haufen bekiffter Verrückter. Ich bin ständig verwirrt und versinke im Müll, doch irgendwie brauche ich das, wie ein Kind seine Milch. Innerlich tot, doch mein häufiges Lächeln heuchelt Interesse und in der Nacht dauert es nie lange, bis meine Träume mich wecken. Früher dachte ich, man könnte die Köpfe der Jugend verändern. Heute will ich nur noch ein Fuffi, Weed und Super Nintendo. Ich war in der Schule ein Hänger, doch hab das Abi geschafft, das ist lange her. Seitdem hab ich manches verkackt, yeah. Du willst mit Rauchen aufhören? Ich will rumsitzen. Du willst dein Studium beenden? Ich will rumsitzen. Du willst anfangen zu joggen? Ich will rumsitzen. Du willst Geld und einen Job? Ich will rumsitzen. Du willst dies, du willst das? Ich will meine Ruhe. Du willst Kies, du willst Spaß? Ich will meine Ruhe. Du willst Liebe, du willst Sex? Versteh ich. Ich will einen alten Gameboy mit Super Mario Land und Tetris. Mit Super Mario Land und Tetris.
So that was Rumsitzen, Sitting Around by Danger Dan featuring NMZS. A request coming from our dear Mia. Thank you so much for that request, for being here so often, if not every single stream. And also for your support on Ko-fi. You're one of the people supporting the stream monthly, and I really, really appreciate that. That helps a lot covering the costs that come with doing this. Thanks a lot, Brazel, for the claps as well. Sorted, I'm glad you liked it. Me, of course, yeah. And again, Sora, thanks so much for deciding to support this stream with a sub as well. Isomatte, vielen Dank für den Follow. Thank you so much for being here. Say hi in chat if you want. This is an English chat, but hey, I appreciate you. And if you don't speak English, feel free to comment in German. Well, you wouldn't understand this then. Also, wenn du kein Deutsch sprichst, kein Englisch, wenn du kein Deutsch sprichst, dann was geht dann ab mit dir? Wenn du kein Englisch sprichst, kannst du auch gerne 1, 2 Nachrichten auf Deutsch in den Chat klatschen. Rein generell ist das ein englischer Chat. However, our next song is in German. This one's called Chicago. Sie ist immer da, wo was los ist. Immer mitten in der Stadt. Dort, wo die kleine Welt ganz groß ist, sieht sie sich an den Lichtern satt. Sie erzählt dann und wann von dem und den, sie hat jeden schon gehabt. Auch wenn sie sich selbst nicht ganz so pflegt, pflegt sie zumindest den Kontakt. Und sie träumt von Chicago, von Chicago, irgendwo, wo sie keiner kennt. Und sie träumt von Chicago, dort, wo niemand ihren Namen kennt. Mit ihrem sonnigen Traum vor Augen läuft sie durch den Regen. Und jeden, den sie auf der Straße trifft, erzählt sie wär da gewesen. Beschreibt, in welcher Ecke sie schon war. Sie kennt immerhin dies und das. Und wenn du bisschen was dabei hast, nimmt sie dich mit für eine Nacht. Sie nimmt dich mit nach Chicago, irgendwo hin, wo dich keiner kennt. Sie nimmt dich mit nach Chicago, dort, wo niemand deinen Namen kennt. Doch wenn man ihr erzählt, welchen Traum sie lebt, dann spielt sie gleich verrückt. Denn auch wenn sie kurz schläft, sobald das Licht angeht, so muss sie schnell zurück. Manchmal trifft sie sich mit paar Leuten und an einem unbestimmten Platz. Und wenn dort frisches Zeug durch die Adern fließt, gibt man die Löffel an die Kumpels ab. Und diesmal ist sie nicht gekommen, vielleicht hat sie's nicht gepackt. Nur eine kleine Nachricht ist alles, was sie hinterlassen hat. Ich komm nie mehr, ich bin in Chicago, irgendwo, wo mich keiner kennt. Ich komm nie mehr, ich bin in Chicago, da wo niemand meinen Namen kennt. Oh Chicago, wo mich keiner kennt. Ich komm nie mehr in Chicago, ich komm nie mehr. Nie mehr.
Alright, that was Chicago by Clueso. Mentolina, you're very welcome, you know that. Just Dodo, thanks for the claps. Mom, have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you so much for listening and for the support and being here. Lord Brezo, thanks for the claps. Mia, muchas gracias. So that leaves us with one last song that Sorted did request in chat, and I'm inclined to play this request, even though the song was closed, just because I like the song.
No, it sounds funny, but I just can't stand the pain. Girl, I'm leaving you tomorrow. Seems to me, girl, you know I've done all I can. You see, I begged, stole, and I borrowed. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Why in the world would anybody put chains on me? Or I've paid my dues to make it. Everybody wants me to be what they want me to be. Or I'm not happy when I try to fake it. No, that's why me say I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why me say I'm easy like Sunday morning. I wanna be high, so high. I wanna be free to know the things I do are right. I wanna be free, Joe free. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. And that was Easy, our last song today. Sorted, thank you so much for that request. Thanks for listening today. Thanks for your support and also the season ticket you decided to get earlier. Mandy, thank you so much for the claps. What an amazing stream today, guys. Thank you so much. Now, please do know that even though I say thank you already for the music part of the stream, we are not ending yet. We'll be here until 8 p.m. today, a little bit longer even than that, before we raid over to Rob Does Music, a super talented and amazingly kind piano streamer from Germany, who's streaming in English though, so no worries, you can stick around, and the chat there is in English too. He's one of my mods actually, for some fucking reason. Mostly though, just a big part of this community. A lot of you guys know him already, and for those of you who don't know him, I'd just love to introduce you. So that's our plan for later. Before that, now I'm going to take a short break, gonna get a cup of tea, I'm going to rearrange some of my equipment here, and after that we are gonna do something we want to continue or try out at least the next few Sundays. So once a week at the end of the stream we will do some reading. For me it's in the evening, so it's just perfect for a cozy little bit reading. Today this is what we're reading, what we're starting with Dracula by Bram Stoker, a book that is public domain, so we're allowed to read it on stream. It's a classic, it's a bit spooky, and I have this book for a long time now. I never finished it for some reason. Never got through the first few chapters, so let's do it together. And yeah, and we'll see how this goes. You guys can keep your conversations in chat. I'll keep a little bit an eye on chat while reading. Yeah, I'm gonna check if I can get some spooky music in and stuff. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Keep tuned for that. If you don't want to hear any reading at whatsoever, you want to jump right to the next music streamer, please do so. In that case, all I can say is thank you so much for listening to the first part of the stream. Thank you for being here. Thanks for supporting me, this community, and everything it stands for. And I hope to see you tomorrow. The next music stream is tomorrow, 11 a.m. CEST. You can scroll down to the description, to the panels, it's called, right? To the panels below, to get the according time in your time zone. Same goes for our Discord server that you can join to keep in touch with us and the community after the stream or in between streams. There's a section which also translates the streaming times to your time zone. Will there be a VOD of the reading party? Yes, Lord Brazor. We are allowed to keep this up because it is public domain. I wouldn't be even allowed, I think, to read a book that is not public domain live, just because it's a live reading. And technically, I could make money by it because the stream gives a possibility for monetization. So yeah, otherwise there would have been so many more books that I would have liked to read with you guys. But yeah, sadly, I would have to get in touch with the publishers first in that case, I think. It's weird. Copyright is so complicated, but this way, you know, we're safe.
I mean, probably no matter what we read, probably nobody gives a shit, but, you know, I'm, as always, just trying to keep everything as legal and as correct as possible. As the German genes. All right, so please do enjoy the music during the break. It's gonna take a little bit longer for me to arrange everything. Just count on like 15 to 20 minutes, I would say, of a break, and after that, some reading. Thank you so much again for being here. Thanks for listening. Let's see you later, or see you in our next music stream tomorrow or sometime next week. Appreciate it. All right, enjoy the break, guys, and see you in a bit.
Alright folks, welcome back. Let me know real quick if this works, if my voice is fine compared to the music. Woo! And yeah, everything works. I can't read chat, sadly. That's the only problem here. Because, well, I could load my phone. Wait a second, guys. Alright, let me quickly open this stream so I can read chat. Okay, this kind of works. Alright, now I can read chat. Cannot see, however, what you guys wrote before. So, if anyone already answered my question, would you kindly... Wait, or I'll check here. Okay, yeah, of course. I won't touch the mic. No worries there. Bebop, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate that. The follow, what do I say? Jesus Christ, for the 3 months, of course. Ay. Alright, let's see if I can adjust this a bit. Okay, yeah. This kind of works. Yeah, I'm not really dressed for the occasion, sadly, because it's so warm in here. Like, I couldn't, guys. But this is something we should do in the future. I mean, the thing is, I do have a goth kind of coat, but oh god, you wouldn't know how fucking warm it is in here already just wearing a shirt. Like, wearing that robe, I would die. Although it would add to the atmosphere though. Can we do that? Can I wear a coat for 1 hour in this room? I'm inclined to try it out. Let me think, do I have a cap as well or something? Like, I need a cylinder, a top hat or something as well. That would be hilarious. Alright. I think in that case, got everything down. I will try my best to not touch the mic in the process of reading. Maybe get it a bit closer. Alright. I think we can start. What do you think, guys? Let's do it. And that's exactly what I was going for, yes. So this is, again, the book that we're reading today. Bram Stoker's Dracula. It's a classic. It was published in... Don't let me lie. Let's check, actually. He was born in 1847. He wrote this one in... Let me see. Joshua Penguin book, blah, 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 blah. First published in 1897, so we're talking 19th century here, end of 19th century. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah, a lot of you probably know some sort of, how do you say? Some sort of, or a way the Dracula mythos or the Dracula idea got reused, right? I mean, who doesn't know Dracula? Who doesn't know vampires? However, the classic Dracula here is written in a very interesting style, and that is, it's basically just diaries and journals telling the tale of the people that are involved in this mystery. And we do start with the first one here. So there's a little preface here, written down by Stoker himself, and we start with that, saying, "How these papers have been placed in sequence will be made clear in the reading of them. All needless matters have been eliminated, so that a history almost at variance with the possibilities of latter-day belief may stand forth as simple fact. There is, throughout, no statement of past events, wherein memory may err, for all the records chosen are exactly contemporary, given from the standpoints within the range of knowledge of those who made them." And we do start with Chapter 1, Jonathan Harker's Journal, kept in shorthand. Hey Luna, welcome in. 3rd of May, Bistritz. Left Munich at 8:35 p.m. on 1st of May, arriving at Vienna early next morning. Should have arrived at 6:46, but train was an hour late. Budapest seems a wonderful place from the glimpse which I got of it from the train and the little I could walk through the streets. I feared to go very far from the station, as we had arrived late and would start as near the correct time as possible. The impression I had was that we were leaving the west and entering the east. The most western of splendid bridges over the Danube, which is here of noble width and depth, took us among the traditions of Turkish rule. We left in pretty good time and came after nightfall to Klausenberg. Here I stopped for the night at the Hotel Royal. I had for dinner, or rather supper, a chicken done up some way with red pepper, which was very good but thirsty. Memory, get recipe for Mina. I asked the waiter, and he said it was called paprika hennel, and that, as it was a national dish, I should be able to get it anywhere along the Carpathians. I found my smattering of German very useful here. Indeed, I don't know how I should be able to get on without it. Having some time at my disposal when in London, I had visited the British Museum and made search among the books and maps in the library regarding Transylvania. It had struck me that some foreknowledge of the country could hardly fail to have some importance in dealing with a noble of that country. I find that the district he named is in the extreme east of the country, just on the borders of 3 states, Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina, in the midst of the Carpathian Mountains. One of the wildest and least known portions of Europe. I was not able to light on any map or work given the exact locality of the Castle Dracula, as there are no maps of this country as yet to compare with our own Orton's survey maps. But I found that Bistritz, the post town named by Count Dracula, is a fairly well-known place. I shall enter here some of my notes, as they may refresh my memory when I talk over my travels with Mina. In the population of Transylvania, there are 4 distinct nationalities: Saxons in the south, and mixed with them the Wallachs, who are the descendants of the Dacians, Magyars in the west, and Zekelis in the east and north. I'm going among the latter, who claim to be the descendant who claim to be descended from Attila and the Huns. This may be so, for when the Magyars conquered the country in the 11th century, they found the Huns settled in it.
I read that every known superstition in the world is gathered into the horseshoe of the Carpathians, as if it were the center of some sort of imaginative whirlpool. If so, my stay may be very interesting. Memory, I must ask the Count all about them. I did not sleep well, though my bed was comfortable enough, for I had all sorts of queer dreams. There was a dog howling all night under my window, which may have had something to do with it. Or it may have been the paprika, for I had to drink up all the water in my carafe and was still thirsty. Towards morning I slept, and I was awakened by the continuous knocking at my door. So I guess I must have been sleeping soundly then. I had for breakfast more paprika and a sort of porridge of maize flour, which they said was mamaliga, an eggplant stuffed with forcemeat, a very excellent dish, which they call impletata. I had to hurry breakfast, for the train started a little before 8, or rather it ought to have done so, for after rushing to the station at 7:30 I had to sit in the carriage for more than an hour before we began to move. It seems to me that the further east you go, to the more unpunctual are the trains. Just come to Germany. What ought they to be in China? All day long we seemed to dawdle throughout a country which was full of beauty of every kind. Sometimes we saw little towns or castles on the top of steep hills, such as we see in old missals. Sometimes we ran by rivers and streams which seemed from the wide stony margin on each side of them to be subject to great floods. It takes a lot of water and running strong to sweep the outside edge of a river clear. At every station there were groups of people, sometimes crowds, and in all sorts of attire. Some of them were just like the peasants at home, or those I saw coming through France and Germany, with short jackets and round hats and homemade trousers, but others were very picturesque. The women looked pretty, except when you got near them, but they were very clumsy about the waist. They had all full white sleeves of some kind or other, and most of them had big belts with a lot of strips of something fluttering from them like the dresses in a ballet, but of course petticoats under them. The strangest figures we saw were the Slovaks, who were more barbarian than the rest, with their big cowboy hats, great baggy, dirty white trousers, white linen shirts, and enormous heavy leather belts, nearly a foot wide, all studded over with brass nails. They wore high boots, with their trousers tucked into them, and had long black hair and heavy black mustaches. Mustaches? How do you pronounce this word? They are very picturesque, but do not look prepossessing. On the stage they would be set down at once as some old oriental band of brigands. They are, however, I am told, very harmless and rather wanting in natural self-assertion. It was on the dark side of twilight when we got into Bistritz, which is a very interesting old place. Being practically on the frontier, for the Borgo Pass leads from it into Bukovina, it has had a very stormy existence, and it certainly shows marks of it. 50 years ago, a series of great fires took place, which made terrible havoc on 5 separate occasions. At the very beginning of the 17th century, it underwent a siege of 3 weeks, and lost 13,000 people, the casualties of war proper being assisted by famine and disease. Count Dracula had directed me to go to the Golden Krone Hotel, which I found to my great delight to be thoroughly old-fashioned, for of course I wanted to see all I could of the ways of the country. I was evidently expected, for when I got near the door I faced a cheery-looking elderly woman in the usual peasant dress, white undergarment with long double apron, front and back of collared stuff fitting almost too tight for modesty. When I came close she bowed and said, "The Herr Englishman?" "Yes," I said, "Jonathan Harker." She smiled and gave some message to an elderly man in white shirt sleeves who had followed her to the door. He went, but immediately returned with a letter. "My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you, Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow, the diligence will start for Bukovina. A place on it is kept for you. At the Borgo Pass, my carriage will await you and will bring you to me. I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one, and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. Your friend, Dracula. 4th of May. Wait, is this like 1 day later? 2 days later? Oh, it's 1 day later. I found that my landlord had got a letter from the Count directing him to secure the best place on the coach for me. But on making inquiries as to details, he seemed somewhat reticent and pretended that he could not understand my German. This could not be true, because up to then he had understood it perfectly. At least he answered my questions exactly as if he did. He and his wife, the old lady who had received me, looked at each other in a frightened sort of way. He mumbled out that the money had been sent in a letter, and that was all he knew. When I asked him if he knew Count Dracula and could tell me anything of his castle, both he and his wife crossed themselves and, saying that they knew nothing at all, simply refused to speak further. It was so near the time of starting that I had no time to ask anyone else, for it was all very mysterious and not by any means comforting. Just before I was leaving, the old lady came up to my room and said in a very hysterical way, "Must you go? Oh, young Herr, must you go?" She was in such an excited state that she seemed to have lost her grip of what German she knew and mixed it all up with some other language which I did not know at all. I was just able to follow her by asking many questions. When I told her that I must go at once and that I was engaged on important business, she asked again, "Do you know what day it is?" I answered that it was the 4th of May. She shook her head and she said again, "Oh yes, I know that. But do you know what day it is?" On my saying that I did not understand, she went on, "It is the eve of St. George's Day. Do you not know what tonight, when the clock strikes midnight, all the evil things in the world will have full sway? Do you know where you are going and what you are going to?" She was in such evident distress that I tried to comfort her, but without effect. Finally, she went down on her knees and implored me not to go, at least to wait a day or two before starting. It was all very ridiculous, but I did not feel comfortable. However, there was business to be done, and I could allow nothing to interfere with it. I therefore tried to raise her up and said as gravely as I could that I thanked her, but my duty was imperative and that I must go. She then rose and dried her eyes and, taking a crucifix from her neck, offered it to me. I did not know what to do, for as an English churchman, I have been taught to regard such things as in some measure idolatrous. And yet it seemed so ungracious to refuse an old lady meaning so well and in such a state of mind. She saw, I suppose, the doubt in my face, for she put the rosary round my neck and said, "For your mother's sake," and went out of the room. I'm writing up this part of the diary whilst I'm waiting for the coach, which is, of course, late, and the crucifix is still round my neck. Whether it is the old lady's fear, I do not know, but I am not feeling nearly as easy in my mind as usual. If this book should ever reach Mina before I do, let it bring my goodbye. Here comes the coach. 5th of May. So another day went passed by. The castle. The grey of the morning has passed, and the sun is high over the distant horizon, which seems jagged, whether with trees or hills I know not, for it is so far off that big things and little are mixed. I am not sleepy, and as I am not to be called till I awake, naturally I write till sleep comes. There are many odd things to put down, and lest who reads them may fancy that I dined too well before I left Bistritz, let me put down my dinner exactly. I dined on what they call robber steak. Bits of bacon, onion and beef, seasoned with red pepper, and strung on sticks and roasted over the fire, the simple style of the London's cat's meat. The wine was golden Mediasch, which produces a queer sting on the tongue, which is However, not disagreeable. I had only a couple of glasses of this and nothing else. When I got on the coach, the driver had not taken his seat, and I saw him talking with the landlady. They were evidently talking of me, for every now and then they looked at me, and some of the people who were sitting on the bench outside the door, which they call by name meaning word bearer, came and listened, and then looked at me, most of them pityingly. I could hear a lot of words, often repeated queer words, but there were many nationalities in the crowd, so I quietly got my polyglot dictionary from my bag and looked them out. I must say, they were not cheering to me, for amongst them were Ordok, Satan, Hokol, Hell, Stregoika, which, Prolog, and Glosklak, both of which mean the same thing, one being Slovak and the other Serbian, for something that is either werewolf or vampire. Memory, I must ask the Count about these superstitions. When we started, the crowd round the indoor, which had by this time swelled up to a considerable size, all made the sign of the cross and pointed 2 fingers towards me. With some difficulty, I got a fellow passenger to tell me what that meant. He would not answer at first, but on learning that I was English, he explained that it was a charm or guard against the evil eye. This was not very pleasant for me, just starting for an unknown place to meet an unknown man, but everyone seemed so kind-hearted and so sorrowful and so sympathetic that I could not but be touched. I shall never forget the last glimpse which I had of the inn yard and its crowd of picturesque figures, all crossing themselves as they stood round the wide archway, which its background of rich foliage of oleander and orange trees and green tubs clustered in the center of the yard. Then, our driver, whose white linen drawers covered the whole front of the box seat, Gotza they call them, cracked his big whip over his 4 small horses, which ran abreast, and we set off on our journey. I soon lost sight and recollection of ghostly fears and the beauty of the scene as we drove along, although had I known the language, or rather languages, which my fellow passengers were speaking, I might not have been able to throw them off so easily. Before us lay green sloping land full of forests and woods, with here and there steep hills crowned with clumps of trees or with farmhouses, a blank gable end to the road. There was everywhere a bewildering mass of fruit blossom, apple, plum, pear, cherry, and as we drove by I could see the green grass under the trees spangled with the fallen petals. In and out amongst these green hills of what they call here the Mittelland ran the road, losing itself as it swept round the grassy curve, or was shut out by the straggling ends of pine woods, which here and there ran down the hillsides like tongues of flame. The road was rugged, but still we seemed to fly over it with a feverish haste. I could not understand then what the haste meant, but the driver was evidently bent on losing no time in reaching Borgo Prund. I was told that this road is in summertime excellent, but that it had not yet been put in order after the winter snows. In this respect, it is different from the general run of roads in the Carpathians, for it is an old tradition that they are not to be kept in too good order. Of old, the hospodars would not repair them, lest the Turks should think that they were preparing to bring in foreign troops and so hasten the war, which was always really at a loading point. Beyond the green, swelling hills of the Mittelland rose mighty slopes of forest up to the lofty steeps of the Carpathians themselves. Right and left of us they towered, which, with the afternoon sun falling full upon them and bringing out all the glorious colors of this beautiful range, deep blue and purple in the shadows of the peaks, green and brown where grass and rock mingled, and an endless perspective of jagged rock and pointed crags, till these were themselves lost in the distance, where the snowy peaks rose grandly. Here and there seemed mighty rifts in the mountain, through which, as the sun began to sink, we saw now and again the white gleam of falling water. One of my companions touched my arm as we swept round the base of a hill and opened up the lofty, snow-covered peak of a mountain, which seemed, as we wound on our serpentine way, to be right before us. "Look, ist'n Zeg!" God's seat, and he crossed himself reverently. As we wound on our endless way and the sun sank lower and lower behind us, the shadows of the evening began to creep around us. This was empathized by the fact that the snowy mountaintops still held the sunset and seemed to glow out with a delicate, cool pink. Here and there we passed Czechs and Slovaks, all in picturesque attire, but I noticed that Quatre was painfully prevalent. By the roadside were many crosses, and as we swept by, my companions all crossed themselves. Here and there was a peasant man or woman kneeling before a shrine, who did not even turn round as we approached, but seemed in the self-surrender of devotion to have neither eyes nor ears for the outer world. There were many things new to me. For instance, hayricks in the trees, and here and there very beautiful masses of weeping birk, their white stems shining like silver through the delicate green of the leaves. Now and again we passed a lighter wagon, the ordinary peasant's cart, with its long snake-like vertebra calculated to suit the inequalities of the road. On this were sure to be seated quite a group of homecoming peasants, the Czechs with their white and the Slovaks with colored sheepskins, the latter carrying lance fashion their long staves with axe at end. As the evening fell, it began to get very cold, and the growing twilight seemed to merge into one dark mistiness, the gloom of the trees, oak, beech, and pine, though in the valleys which ran deep between the spurs of the hills as we ascended through the pass, the dark firs stood out there against a background of late-lying snow. Sometimes, as the road was cut through the pine woods that seemed in the darkness to be closing down upon us, great masses of greyness, which here and there bestrewed the trees, produced a peculiarly weird and solemn effect, which carried on the thoughts and grim fancies engendered early in the evening, when the falling sunset threw into strange relief the ghost-like clouds which amongst the Carpathians seemed to wind ceaselessly through the valleys. Sometimes the hills were so steep that, despite our driver's haste, the horses could only go slowly. I wished to get down and walk up them, as we do at home, but the driver would not hear of it. "No, no," he said, "you must not walk here. Dogs are too fierce." And then he added, with what he evidently meant for grim pleasantry, for he looked round to catch the approving smile of the rest, "And you may have enough of such matters before you go to sleep." The only stop he would make was a moment's pause to light his lamps. When it grew dark, there seemed to be some excitement amongst the passengers, and they kept speaking to him, one after the other, as though urging him to further speed. He lashed the horses unmercifully with his long whip, and with wild cries of encouragement urged them on to further exertions. Then through the darkness I could see a sort of patch of grey light ahead of us, as though there were a cleft in it. The excitement of the passengers grew greater. The crazy coach rocked on its great leather springs and swayed like a boat tossed on a stormy sea. I had to hold on. The road grew more level, and we appeared to fly along. Then the mountains seemed to come nearer to us on each side, to frown down upon us. We were entering the Borgo Pass. One by one, several of the passengers offered me gifts, which they pressed upon me in earnestness which would take no denial. These were certainly of an odd and varied kind, but each was given in simple good faith, with a kindly word and a blessing, and that strange mixture of ear-meaning movements which I had seen outside the hotel of Bistritz, the sign of the cross and the guard against the evil eye. Then, as we flew along, the driver leaned forward, and on each side the passengers, craning over the edge of the coach, peered eagerly into the darkness. It was evident that something very exciting was either happening or expected. But though I asked each passenger, no one would give me the slightest explanation. This state of excitement kept on for some little time, and at last we saw before us the pass opening out on the eastern side. There were dark, rolling clouds overhead, and in the air the heavy, oppressive oppressive sense of thunder. It seemed as though the mountain range had separated two atmospheres, and that now he had got into the thunderous one. I was now myself looking out the conveyance which was to take me to the Count. Each moment I expected to see the glare of lamps through the blackness, but all was dark. The only light was the flickering rays of our own lamps, which steam from our hard-driven horses rose in a white cloud. We could now see the sandy road lying white before us, but there was on it no sign of a vehicle. The passengers drew back with a sigh of gladness, which seemed to mock my own disappointment. I was already thinking what I had best do, when the driver, looking at his watch, said to the others something which I could hardly hear. It was spoken so quietly and in so low a tone, I thought it was an hour less than the time. Then, turning to me, he said in German worse than my own, "There is no carriage here. The Herr is not expected after all. He will now come on to Bukowina and return tomorrow or the next day, better the next day." Whilst he was speaking, the horses began to neigh and snort and plunge wildly, so that the driver had to hold them up. Then, amongst a chorus of screams from the peasants and a universal crossing of themselves, a calash with 4 horses drove up behind us, overtook us, and drew up beside the coach. I could see from the flash of our lamps, as the rays fell on them, that the horses were coal-black, splendid animals. They were driven by a tall man with a long brown beard and a great black hat, which seemed to hide his face from me. I could only see the gleam of a pair of very bright eyes, which seemed red in the lamplight as he turned to us. He said to the driver, "You are early tonight, my friend." The man stammered in reply that the English Herr was in a hurry, to which the stranger replied, "That is why I suppose you wished him to go on to Bukowina. You cannot deceive me, my friend. I know too much and my horses are swift." As he spoke, he smiled. The lamplight fell on a hard-looking mouth with very red lips and sharp-looking teeth as white as ivory. One of my companions whispered to another the line from Burger's Lenore, "Denn die Toten reiten schnell," for the dead travel fast. The strange driver evidently heard the words, for he looked up with a gleaming smile. The passenger turned his face away, at the same time putting out his 2 fingers and crossing himself. "Give me the Herr's luggage," said the driver, and with exceeding alacrity, my bags were handed out and put in the calash. Then I descended from the side of the coach, as the calash was close alongside, the driver helping me with a hand which caught my arm in a grip of steel. His strength must have been prodigious. Without a word, he shook his reins, the horses turned, and we swept into the darkness of the pass. As I looked back, I saw the steam from the horses of the coach by the light of the lamps, and projected against it the figures of my late companions crossing themselves. Then the driver cracked his whip and called to his horses, and off they swept their way to Bukowina. As they sank into the darkness, I felt a strange chill, and a lonely feeling came over me. But a cloak was thrown over my shoulders and a rug across my knees, and the driver said in excellent German, "The night is chill, mein Herr, and my master the Count bade me take all care of you. There is a flask of Slivoritz, the plum brandy of the country, underneath the seat if you should require it." I did not take any, but it was a comfort to know it was there all the same. I felt a little strange and not a little frightened. I think, had there been any alternative, I should have taken it instead of prosecuting that unknown night journey. The carriage went at a hard pace straight along, then we made a complete turn and went along another straight road. It seemed to me that we were simply going over and over the same ground again, and so I took note of some salient point and found that this was so. I would have liked to ask the driver what this all meant, but I really feared to do so, for I thought that, placed as I was, any protest would have had no effect in case there had been an intention to delay. By and by, however, as I was curious to know how time was passing, I struck a match, and by its flame looked at my watch. It was within a few minutes of midnight. This gave me sort of shock, for I suppose the general superstition about midnight was increased by my recent experiences. I waited with a sick feeling of suspense. Then a dog began to howl, somewhere in a farmhouse far down the road, a long, agonized wailing as if from fear. The sound was taken up by another dog, and then another and another, till, borne on the wind which now sighed softly through the pass, a wild howling began, which seemed to come from all over the country, as far as the imagination could grasp it through the gloom of the night. At the first howl, the horses began to strain and rear, but the driver spoke to them soothingly, and they quieted down, but shivered and sweated as though after a runaway from sun fright. Then, far off in the distance, from the mountains on each side of us, began a louder and sharper howling, that of wolves, which affected both the horses and myself in the same way, for I was minded to jump from the caleche and run, whilst they reared again and plunged madly, so that the driver had to use all his great strength to keep them from bolting. In a few minutes, however, my own ears got accustomed to the sound, and the horses so far became quiet that the driver was able to descend and to stand before them. He petted and soothed them, and whispered something in their ears, as I have heard of horse tamers doing, and with extraordinary effect, for under his caresses they became quite manageable again, though they still trembled. The driver took his seat, and shaking his reins, started off at a grace pace. This, after going to the far side of the pass, he suddenly turned down a narrow roadway which ran sharply to the right. Surdin, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? Soon we were hemmed in with trees, which in places arched right over the roadway till we passed it through a tunnel, and again great frowning rocks guarded us boldly on either side. Though we were in shelter, we could hear the rising wind, for it moaned and whistled through the rocks, and the branches of the trees crashed together as we swept along. It grew colder and colder still, and fine powdery snow began to fall, so that soon we and all around us were covered with a white blanket. The keen wind still carried the howling of the dogs, though this grew fainter as we went on our way. The baying of the wolves sounded nearer and nearer, as though they were closing around us from every side. I grew dreadfully afraid. The horses shared my fear, but the driver was not in the least disturbed. He kept turning his head to the left and right, but I could not see anything through the darkness. Suddenly, away on our left, I saw a faint flickering blue flame. The driver saw it at the same moment. He at once checked the horses and, jumping to the ground, disappeared into the darkness. I did not know what to do, the less as the howling of the wolves grew closer. But while I wondered, the driver suddenly appeared again, and without a word took his seat. And we resumed our journey. Surdin, we are reading Dracula by Bram Stoker. I think I must have fallen asleep and kept dreaming of the incident, for it seemed to be repeated endlessly, and now, looking back, it is like a sort of awful nightmare. Once the flame appeared so near the road that even in the darkness around us I could watch the driver's motions. He went rapidly to where the blue flame rose. It must have been very faint, for it did not seem to illuminate the place around at all, and gathering a few stones formed them into some device. Once there appeared a strange optical effect, When he stood between me and the flame, he did not obstruct it, for I could see its ghostly flicker all the same. This startled me, but as the effect was only momentary, I took it that my eyes deceived me, straining through the darkness. Then, for a time, there were no blue flames, and we sped onwards through the gloom, with the howling of the wolves around us, as though they were following in a moving circle. At last, there came a time when the driver went further afield than he had yet done, and during his absence... Where was I? And during his absence, the horses began to tremble worse than ever and to snort and scream with fright. I could not see any cause for it, for the howling of the wolves had ceased altogether. But just then the moon, sailing through the black clouds, appeared behind the jagged crest of beetling, pine-clad rock, and by its light I saw around us a ring of wolves with white teeth and lolling red tongues, with long sinewy limbs and shaggy hair. They were 100 times more terrible in the grim silence which held them than even when they howled. For myself, I felt a sort of paralysis of fear. It is only when a man feels himself face to face with such horrors that he can understand their true import. All at once, the wolves began to howl as though the moonlight had had some peculiar effect on them. The horses jumped about and reared and looked helplessly around with eyes that rolled in a way painful to see, and they had perforce to remain within it. Oh no, wait. But the living ring of terror encompassed them on every side, and they had perforce to remain within it. I called to the coachman to come, for it seemed to me that our only chance was to try to break out through the ring and to aid his approach. I shouted and bet the side of the calash, hoping by the noise to scare the wolves from that side, so as to give him a chance to reaching the trap. How he came there, I know not, but I heard his voice raised in a tone of imperious command, and looking towards the sound, saw him stand in the roadway. As he swept his long arms, as though brushing aside some impalpable obstacle, the wolves fell back and back further still. Just then, a heavy cloud passed across the face of the moon, so that we were again in darkness. When I could see again, the driver was climbing into the calash, and the wolves had disappeared. This was all so strange and uncanny that a dreadful fear came upon me, and I was afraid to speak of it. But time seemed interminable as we swept on our way, now in almost complete darkness, for the rolling clouds obscured the moon. The moon? We kept on ascending, with occasional periods of quick descent, but in the main always ascending. Suddenly, I became conscious of the fact that the driver was in the act of pulling up the horses in the courtyard of a vast, ruined castle, from whose tall black windows came no ray of light, and whose broken battlements showed a jagged line against the moonlit sky. And this concludes chapter 1, actually. Setting the scene here for what's to come. Makara, thanks for listening still. Sauron, also still there. Appreciate it. So, let me see. I think we're probably gonna continue reading for a bit. Let me check how long the second chapter goes. Quite a bit without any breaks. So we read about 24 pages now. Wait, we started at 9, we're now at 24. So we were at 13 pages. There's at least another 15 to go, 14 to go. Yeah, but I think we'll still try it. If we go a little bit over 8 p.m., I think we're gonna do chapter 2, and then end the stream after we read chapter 2, continuing chapter 3 then next week. What do you think, guys? And yeah, I hope you enjoy listening. If you have any thoughts on this, let me know. The first time we're doing this like full on. Yeah, I'm trying my best to keep track on which voices I do for which character. This is the first time I'm reading in English for such a long time, I think, and one continued story. So I did read out loud German before, which is a lot of fun to me. That's why I thought in English we could do this. And yeah, I hope you at least get a little bit of the eerie atmosphere this book transports. I really like it. Like, there was a lot of in the beginning I thought, okay, this is classic old school, that there's like a lot of description of what he's eating, you know, how the landscape changes as they go, but for some reason this really helped build the atmosphere, in my opinion. Right? The way the landscape changes, the way his moods change, and it helps even more to build up this eerie, weird atmosphere, which I feel like old school horror always is about, right? This eerie, dreadful feeling instead of like a jump scare or horrible, morbid thing happening. Oh well. Second, guys. Let's continue. Chapter 2. Jonathan Harker's journal continued. We're still on the 5th of May. I think the last day we were at the first part of the yeah, we're still at the 5th. I must have been asleep, for certainly if I had been fully awake. Oh wait, let's wait for a second. Silver says, I've only seen the movie Dracula with Keanu Reeves once, ages ago. Didn't know that was a Dracula movie with Keanu Reeves. With this, I keep having flashbacks of scenes, just imagining things with your reading. Nice. Well, I'm glad it lets these surface. Ooh, one thing I found really eerie, I really liked that, was like the way the people reacted. Like them just being afraid for him and trying to give him good luck, you know, and making these signs. I really like this. That's like this kind of, you can imagine that in a movie, like, or if to you happening, like some people make it doing something and you not really knowing what's going on, but somehow it makes you feel weird, even though you think like everything's fine. That was really well done. So, let's continue. I must have been asleep, for certainly if I had been fully awake, I must have noticed the approach to such a remarkable place. In the gloom, the courtyard looked of considerable size, and as several dark ways led from its under great round arches, it perhaps seemed bigger than it really is. I have not yet been able to see it by daylight. When the caleche stopped, the driver jumped down and held out his hand to assist me to alight. Again, I could not but notice his prodigious strength. His hand actually seemed like a steel vise that could have crushed mine if he had chosen. Then he took out my traps and placed them on the ground beside me as I stood close to the great door, old and studded with large iron nails and set in a projecting doorway of massive stone. I could see, even in the dim light, that the stone was massively carved, but that the carving had been much worn by time and weather. As I stood, the driver jumped again into his seat and shook the reins. The horses started forward, and trap and all disappeared down one of the dark openings. I stood in silence where I was, for I did not know what to do. Of bell or knocker there was no sign. Through these frowning walls and dark window openings, it was not likely that my voice could penetrate. The time I waited seemed endless, and I felt doubts and fears crowding upon me. What sort of place had I come to, and among what kind of people? What sort of grim adventure was it on which I had embarked? Was this a customary incident in the life of a solicitor's clerk sent out to explain the purchase of a London estate to a foreigner? Solicitor's clerk? Minna would not like that. solicitor. For just before leaving London, I got word that my examination was successful, and I am now a full-blown solicitor. I began to rub my eyes and pinch myself to see if I were awake. It all seemed like a horrible nightmare to me, and I expected that I should suddenly awake and find myself at home, with the dawn struggling in through the windows as I had now and again felt in the morning after a day of overwork. But my flesh answered the pinching test, and my eyes were not to be deceived. I was indeed awake and among the Carpathians. All I could do now was to be patient and to wait the coming of the morning. Just as I had come to this conclusion, I heard a heavy step approaching behind the great door, and saw through the chinks the gleam of a coming light. Then there was the sound of rattling chains and the clanking of massive bolts drawn back, as key was turned with a loud grating noise of long disuse, and the great door swung back. Within stood a tall old man, clean-shaven save for a long white mustache, and clad in black from head to foot, without a single speck of color about him anywhere. He held in his hand an antique silver lamp, in which the flame burned without chimney or globe or any kind, throwing long quivering shadows as it flickered in the draught of the open door. The old man motioned me with his right hand with a courtly gesture, saying in excellent English, but with a strange intonation, "Welcome to my house. Enter freely and of your own will." He made no motion of stepping to meet me, but stood like a statue, as though his gesture of welcome had fixed him into stone. The instant, however, that I had stepped over the threshold, he moved impulsively forward and, holding out his hand, grasped mine with a strength which made me wince, and a fact which was not lessened by the fact that it seemed as cold as ice, more like the hand of a dead, living man. Again he said, "Welcome to my house. Come freely, go safely, and leave something of the happiness you bring." The strength of the handshake was so much akin to that which I had noticed in the driver, whose face I had not seen, that for a moment I doubted if it were not the same person to whom I was speaking. So, to make sure, I said interrogatively, "Count Dracula?" He bowed in a courtly way as he replied, "I am Dracula. And I bid you welcome, Mr. Harker, to my house. Come in. The night air is chill, and you must need to eat and rest." As he was speaking, he put the lamp on a bracket on the wall and, stepping out, took my luggage. He had carried it in before I could forestall him. I protested, but he insisted. "Nay, sir, you are my guest. It is late, and my people are not available. Let me see to your comfort myself." He insisted on carrying my traps along the passage, and then up a great winding stair and along another great passage on whose stone floor our steps rang heavily. At the end of this, he threw open a heavy door, and I rejoiced to see within a well-lit room in which a table was spread for supper, and on whose mighty hearth a great fire of logs flamed and flared. The Count halted, putting down my bags, closed the door, and crossing the room opened another door, which led into a small octagonal room lit by a single lamp, and seemingly without a window of any sort. Passing through this, he opened another door and motioned me to enter. It was a welcome sight, for here was a great bedroom, well lighted and warmed with another log fire which sent a hollow roar up the wide chimney. The Count himself left my luggage inside and withdrew, saying, before he closed the door, "You will need after your journey to refresh yourself by making your toilet. I trust you will find all you wish. When you are ready, come into the other room, where you will find your supper prepared." The light and warmth and the Count's courteous welcome seemed to have dissipated all my doubts and fears. Having then reached my normal state, I discovered that I was half famished with hunger, so making a hasty toilet, I went into the other room. I found supper already laid out. My host, who stood on one side of the great fireplace, leaning against the stonework, made a graceful wave with his hand to the table and said, "I pray you, be seated and sup how you please. You will, I trust, excuse me that I do not join you, but I have dined already and I do not sup." I handed to him the sealed letter which Mr. Hawkins had entrusted to me. He opened it and read it gravely. Then, with a charming smile, he handed it to me to read. One passage of it, at least, gave me a thrill of pleasure. "I much regret that an attack of gout, from which malady I am a constant sufferer, forbids absolutely any traveling on my part for some time to come. But I am happy to say I can send a sufficient substitute on one in whom I have every possible confidence. He is a young man full of energy and talent his own way, and of a very faithful disposition. He is discreet and silent, and has grown into manhood in my service. He shall be ready to attend on you when you will during his stay, and shall take your instructions in all matters." The Count himself came forward and took off the cover of a dish, and I fell to at once on an excellent roast chicken. This, with some cheese and a salad and a bottle of old Tokay, of which I had 2 glasses, was my supper. During the time I was eating, the Count asked me many questions as to my journey, and I told him by degrees all I had experienced. By this time I had finished my supper, and by my host's desire had drawn up a chair by the fire and begun to smoke a cigar, which he offered me, at the same time excusing himself that he did not smoke. I had now an opportunity of observing him and found him a very marked physiognomy. His face was strong, very strong, aquiline, with high bridge of thin nose and peculiarly arched nostrils, which lofty domed forehead and hair growing scantily around the temples, but profusely elsewhere. His eyebrows were very massive, almost meeting over the nose, and with bushy hair that seemed to curl in its own profusion. The mouth, so far as I could see it under the heavy moustache, was fixed and rather cruel looking, with peculiarly sharp white teeth. These protruded over the lips, whose remarkable ruddiness showed astonishing vitality in a man of his years. For the rest, his ears were pale and at the tops extremely pointed. The chin was broad and strong, and the cheeks firm though thin. The general effect was one of extraordinary pallor. Hitherto I had noticed the backs of his hands as they lay on his knees in the firelight, and they had seemed rather white and fine. But seeing them now close to me, I could not but notice that they were rather coarse, broad, with squat fingers. Strange to say, there were hairs in the center of a palm. The nails were long and fine, and cut to a sharp point. As the Count leaned over me and his hands touched me, I could not repress a shudder. It may have been that his breath was rank, but a horrible feeling of nausea came over me, which, do what I would, I could not conceal. The Count, evidently noticing it, drew back and, with a grim sort of smile, which showed more than he had yet done his protuberant teeth, sat himself down again on his one side of the fireplace. We were both silent for a while, and as I looked towards the window, I saw the first dim streak of the coming dawn. There seemed a strange stillness over everything. But as I listened, I heard, as if from down below in the valley, the howling of many wolves. The Count's eyes gleamed. He said, "Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make." Seeing, I suppose, some expression in my face strange to him, he added, "Ah, sir, you dwellers in the city cannot enter into the feelings of the hunter." Then he rose and said, "But you must be tired. Your bedroom is all ready, and tomorrow
You shall sleep as late as you will. I have to be away till the afternoon, so sleep well and dream well. And with a cautious bow, so sleep. He opened for me himself the door to the octagonal room, and I entered my bedroom. I am all in a sea of wonders. I doubt, I fear. I think strange things which I dare not confess to my own soul. God keep me, if only for the sake of those. May 7th. It is again early morning, but I have rested and enjoyed the last 24 hours. I slept till late in the day and awoke of my own accord. When I had dressed myself, I went into the room where we had supped and found a cold breakfast laid out, with coffee kept hot by the pot being placed on the hearth. There was a card on the table on which was written, "I have to be absent for a while. Do not wait for me. D." So I sat to and enjoyed a hearty meal. When I had done, I looked for a bell so that I might let the servants know I had finished, but I could not find one. There are certainly odd deficiencies in the house, considering the extraordinary evidences of wealth which are around. The table service is of gold, and so beautifully wrought that it must be of immense value. The curtains and upholstery of the chairs and sofas and the hangings of my bed are of the costliest and most beautiful fabrics, and must have been of fabulous value when they were made, for they are centuries old, though in excellent order. I saw something like them in Hampton Court, but there they were worn and frayed and moth-eaten. But still, in none of the rooms is there a mirror. There is not even a toilet glass on my table, and I had to get the little shaving glass from my bag before I could either shave or brush my hair. I have not yet seen any servant anywhere, or heard a sound near the castle except the howling of wolves. When I had finished my meal, I do not know whether to call it breakfast or dinner, for it was between 5 and 6 o'clock when I had it, I looked about for something to read, for I did not like to go about the castle until I had asked the Count's permission. There was absolutely nothing in the room, book, newspaper, or even writing material. So I opened another door in the room and found a sort of library. The door opposite mine I tried, but found it locked. In the library, I found to my great delight a vast number of English books, whole shelves full of them, and bound volumes of magazines and newspapers. A table in the center was littered with English magazines and newspapers, though none of them were of very recent date. The books were of the most varied kind: history, geography, politics, political economy, botany, geology, law, all relating to England and English life and customs and manners. There were even such books of reference as the London Directory, the Red and Blue Books, Whitaker's Almanac, the Army and Navy lists, and it somehow gladdened my heart to see it, the Law List. Whilst I was looking at the books, the door opened and the Count entered. He saluted me in a hearty way and hoped that I had a good night's rest. Then he went on. "I am glad you found your way in here, for I am sure there is much that will interest you. These friends," and he laid his hand on some of the books, "have been good friends to me, and for some years past, ever since I had an idea of going to London, have given me many, many hours of pleasure. Through them I have come to know your great England, and to know her is to love her. I long to go through the crowded streets of your mighty London, to be in the midst of the whirl and rush of humanity, to share its life, its change, its death, and all that makes it what it is. But, alas, as yet I only know your tongue through books. To you, my friend, I look that I know to speak." "But, Count," I said, "you know and speak English thoroughly." He bowed gravely. I thank you, my friend, for your all too flattering estimate, but yet I fear that I am but a little way on the road I would travel. True, I know the grammar and the words, but yet I know not how to speak them. Indeed, I said, you speak excellently. Not so, he answered. Well, I know that. Did I move and speak in your London? None there are who would not know me for a stranger. That is not enough for me, and I am master. Wait, here I am noble. I am boyar. The common people know me, and I am master. But a stranger in a strange land, he is no one. Men know him not, and to know not is to care not for. I am content if I am like the rest, so that no man stops if he sees me, or pause in his speaking if he hear my words to say, "Ha ha, a stranger." For I have been so long master that I would be master still, or at least that none other should be master of me. You come to me not alone as an agent of my friend Peter Hawkins of Exeter to tell me all about my new estate in London. You shall, I trust, rest here with me a while, so that by our talking, I may learn the English intonation. And I would that you tell me when I make error, even of the smallest in my speaking. I'm sorry that I had to be away so long today, but you will, I know, forgive one who has so many important affairs in hand. Of course, I said, all I could about being willing, asked if I might come into that room when I chose. He answered, yes, certainly, and added, you may go anywhere you wish in the castle, except where the doors are locked, where, of course, you will not wish to go. There is the reason that all things are as they are. And did you see with my eyes, and know with my knowledge, you would perhaps better understand. I said I was sure of this, and then he went on. We are in Transylvania, and Transylvania is not England. Our ways are not your ways, and there shall be to you many strange things. Nay, from what you have told me of your experiences already, you know something of what strange things here may be. This led to much conversation, and as it was evident that he wanted to talk, if only for talking's sake, I asked him many questions regarding things that had already happened to me or come within my notice. Sometimes he sheered off the subject, or turned the conversation by pretending not to understand, but generally he answered all I asked most frankly. Then, as time went on, and I had got somewhat bolder, I asked him of some of the strange things of the preceding night, as for instance, why the coachman went to the places where we had seen the blue flames. Was it indeed true that they showed where gold was hidden? He then explained to me that it was commonly believed that on a certain night of the year, last night in fact, when all evil spirits are supposed to have unchecked sway, a blue flame is seen over any place where treasure has been concealed. That treasure has been hidden, he went on, in the region through which you came last night. There can be but little doubt, for it was the ground fought over for centuries by the Wallachian, the Saxon, and the Turk. Why, there is hardly a foot of soil in all this region that has not been enriched by the blood of men, patriots of invaders, or invaders. In old days, there were stirring times when the Austrian and the Hungarian came up in hordes and the patriots went out to meet them. Men and women, the aged and the children too, and waited their coming on the rocks above the passes that they might sweep destruction on them with their artificial avalanches. When the invader was triumphant, he found but little, for whatever there was had been sheltered in friendly soil. Hey, Oliver. But how, said I, can it have remained so long undiscovered when there is a sure index to it if men will but take the trouble to look? The Count smiled, and as his lips ran back over his gums, the long, sharp, canine teeth showed out strange. He answered, "Because your peasant is at heart a coward, a fool. Those flames only appear on one night, and on that night no man of this land will, if he can help it, steer without his doors. And, dear sir, even if he did, he would not know what to do. Why, even the peasant that you tell me of who marked the place of the flame would not know where to look in daylight even for his own work. You would not, I dare be sworn, be able to find these places again." "There you are right," I said. "I know no more than the dead where even to look for them." Then we drifted into other matters. "Come," he said at last, "tell me of London and of the house which you have procured for me." With an apology for my remissness, I went into my own room to get the papers from my bag. Whilst I was placing them in order, I heard a rattling of china and silver in the next room, and as I passed through, noticed that the table had been cleared and the lamp lit, for it was by this time deep into the dark. The lamps were also lit in the study or library, and I found the Count lying on the sofa reading, of all things in the world, an English Bradshaw's Guide. Let's see, is there a good way to... Oh, alright, we can actually finish the chapter itself. So, where did we left off? When I came in, he cleared the books and papers from the table, and with him I went into plans and deeds and figures of all sorts. He was interested in everything, and asked me a myriad questions about the place and its surroundings. He clearly had studied beforehand all he could get on the subject of the neighborhood, for he evidently at the end knew very much more than I did. When I remarked this, he answered, "Well, but, my friend, it is not needful that I should. When I go there, I shall be all alone, and my friend Harker, Jonathan... Nay, pardon me, I fall into my country's habit of putting a patronymic first. My friend Jonathan Harker will not be by my side to correct and aid me. He will be in Exeter, miles away, probably working at papers of the law with my other friend Peter Hawkins, so..." We went thoroughly into the business of the purchase of the estate at Purfleet. When I had told him the facts and got his signature to the necessary papers, and had written a letter with them ready to post to Mr. Hawkins, he began to ask me how I had come across so suitable a place. I read to him the notes which I had made at the time and which I inscribe here. At Purfleet, on a by-road, I came across just such a place as seemed to be required, and where was displayed a dilapidated notice that the place was for sale. It is surrounded by a high wall of ancient structure, built of heavy stones, and has not been repaired for a large number of years. The closed gates were of heavy old oak and iron, all eaten with rust. The estate is called Carfax, no doubt a corruption of the old quarter base, as the house is four-sided, agreeing with the cardinal points of the compass. It contains in all some 20 acres, quite surrounded by the solid stone wall above mentioned. There are many trees on it, which make it in places gloomy, and there is a deep, dark-looking pond or small lake, evidently fed by some springs, as the water is clear and flows away in a fair-sized stream. The house is very large, and of all periods back, I should say, to medieval times, for one part is of stone immensely thick, with only a few windows high up and heavily barred with iron. It looks like part of a keep, and is close to an old chapel or church. I could not enter it, as I had not the key of the door leading it from the house, but I have taken with my Kodak views of it from various points. The house has been added to, but in a very straggling way, and I can only guess at the amount of ground it covers, which must be very great. There are but few houses close at hand, one being a very large house only recently added to and formed into a private lunatic asylum. It is not, however, visible from the ground. When I finished, he said, I'm glad that it is an old and big thing. I myself am of an old family, and to live in a new house would kill me. A house cannot be made habitable in a day, and after all, how few days go to make up a century. I rejoice also that there is a chapel of old times. We Transylvanian nobles love not to think that our bones may be amongst the common dead. I seek not gaiety nor mirth, nor the bright voluptuousness of much sunshine and sparkling waters which please the young and gay. I am no longer young, and my heart, through very years of mourning over the dead, is not attuned to mirth. Moreover, the walls of my castle are broken, the shadows are many, and the wind breathes cold through the broken battlements and seas. I love the shade and the shadow, and would be alone with my thoughts when... Somehow, his words and his look did not seem to accord, or else it was that his cast of face made his smile look malignant, saturnine. Presently, with an excuse, he left me, asking me to put all papers together. He was some little time away, and I began to look at some of the books around me. One was an atlas, which I found opened naturally at England, as if that map had been much used. On looking at it, I found in certain places little rings marked, and on examining these, I noticed that one was near London on the east side, manifestly where his new estate was situated. The other two were Exeter and Whitby on the Yorkshire coast. It was the better part of an hour when the Count returned. Aha, he said, still at your books, good. But you must not work always. Come, I am informed that your supper is ready. He took my arm, and we went into the next room, where I found an excellent supper ready on. The Count again excused himself, as if it dined out on his being away from home. But he sat as on the previous night and chatted whilst I ate. After supper I smoked, as on the last evening, and the Count stayed with me, chatting and asking questions on every conceivable subject, hour after hour. I felt that it was getting very late indeed, but he did not say anything, for I felt under obligation to meet my host's wishes in every way. I was not sleepy, as the long sleep yesterday had fortified me, but I could not help experiencing that chill which comes over one at the coming of the dawn, which is like, in its way, the turn of the tide. They say that people who are near death die generally at the change to the dawn, or at the turn of the tide. Anyone who has, when tied as it were to his post, experienced this change in the atmosphere can well believe it. All at once, we heard the crow of a cock coming up with preternatural shrillness through the clear morning air. Count Dracula, jumping to his feet, said,
Oh, Conso, that was perfect timing, if I may say. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad you joined us today. I'm glad you enjoy the reading. This is the first time we do this. Normally, this is a music stream, and we'll do reading once a week, maybe a little bit more, depending on how interested people are. But yeah, thank you so much. And if you want to share some thoughts on the reading, some ideas, please feel free to join our Discord and do that, or do it now in chat. So he did not say quack, he said something else. Count Dracula, jumping to his feet, said, Why, there is the morning again. How remiss I am to let you stay up so long. You must make your conversation regarding my dear new country of England less interesting, so that I may not forget how time flies by us. And with a courtly bow, he left me. I went into my own room and drew the curtains, but there was little to notice. My window opened into the courtyard. All I could see was the warm grey of quickening sky. So I pulled the curtains again, and have written of this day. May the 8th. This is then probably 2 days after the last entry. I began to fear as I wrote in this book that I was getting too diffuse. But now I am glad that I went into detail from the first,
for there is something so strange about this place and all in it that I cannot but feel uneasy. I wish I were safe out of it, or that I had never come. It may be that this strange night existence is telling on me, but would that were all. If there were anyone to talk to, I could bear it, but there is no one. I have only the Count to speak with, and I fear I am myself the one living soul within the place. Let me be prosaic so far as facts can be. It will help me to bear up, and imagination must not run riot with me. If it does, I am lost. Let me say at once how I stand, or seem to. I only slept a few hours when I went to bed, and feeling that I could not sleep anymore, got up. I had hung my shaving glass by the window and was just beginning to shave. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder and heard the Count's voice saying to me, "Good morning." I started, for it amazed me that I had not seen him, since the reflection of the glass covered the whole room behind me, but did not notice it at the moment. Wait. Sorry, wait. I lost my thoughts. Wait, where were we? I started, for it amazed me that I had not seen him since the reflection of the glass covered the whole room behind me. In starting, I had cut myself slightly, but did not notice it at the moment. Having answered the Count's salutation, I turned to the glass again to see how I had been mistaken. This time, there could be no error, for the man was close to me and I could see him over my shoulder, but there was no reflection of him in the mirror. The whole room behind me was displayed. There was no sign of a man in it except myself. This was startling, and coming on the top of so many strange things was beginning to increase that vague feeling of uneasiness which I always have when the Count is near. But at that instant I saw that the cut had bled a little and the blood was trickling over my chin. I laid down the razor, turning as I did so half round to look for some sticking plaster. When the Count saw my face, his eyes blazed with a sort of demonic fury, and he suddenly made a grab at my throat. I drew away, and his hand touched the string of beads which held the crucifix. It made an instant change in him, for the fury passed so quickly that I could hardly believe that it was ever there. "Take care," he said. "Take care how you cut yourself. It is more dangerous than you think in this country." Then, seizing the shaving glass, he went on, "And this is the wretched thing that has done the mischief. It is a foul bauble of man's vanity. Away with it." And opening the heavy window with one wrench of his terrible hand, he flung out the glass, which was shattered into 1,000 pieces on the stones of the courtyard far below. Then he withdrew without a word. It is very annoying, for I do not see how I am to shave unless in my watch case or the bottom of the shaving pot, which is fortunately metal. When I went into the dining room, breakfast was prepared, but I could not find the Count anywhere. So I breakfasted alone. It is strange that as yet I have not seen the Count eat or drink. He must be a very peculiar man. After breakfast, I did a little exploring in the castle. I went out on the stairs and found a room looking towards the south. The view was magnificent, and from where I stood there was every opportunity of seeing it. The castle is on the very edge of a terrible precipice. A stone falling from the window would fall 1,000 feet without touching anything. As far as the eye can reach is a sea of green treetops, with occasionally a deep rift where there is chasm. Here and there are silver threads where the rivers wind in deep gorges through. But I am not in heart to describe beauty, for when I had seen the view, I explored further. Doors, doors, doors everywhere, and all locked and bolted. In no place, safe from the windows and the castle walls, is there an available exit. The castle is a veritable prison, and I am a prisoner. And with that, the second chapter concludes, and so does today's reading session. Thank you so much, everyone, for being part of this, for listening. The living room now has one more cozy corner after our music streams, and hanging together, listening and making music and discussing stuff. We now also have a cozy reading corner. Dracula by Bram Stoker is what we read today. It's the first book in what I hope is a series of things we read on here. Feel free always to share your thoughts on what's happening in the book in chat. That's the beauty of this, that we can read and write at the same time, right? And when I do make brief pauses to drink something, I might go through chat, and we can discuss what we read a little bit, or we do that afterwards as well, maybe like 10-20 minutes. So let me know in chat or on our Discord. We have a library, a room there, a chat room there to discuss books. Feel free to share your thoughts on today's reading session there, on the book, on what happened, on what you think will happen, what kind of impression it made on you, and if you're curious about the next chapters, if you would like us to continue reading this, or if you're like, this is super boring, let's try to find another book. I would love to hear your thoughts as always. Of course, I'm listening to you guys. This should be fun to us all. Saren still there. Klaxi, thanks for the claps, and Konso, thanks for joining us. We will continue reading Dracula by Bram Stoker next week on Sunday. This will be a weekly thing. So each Sunday we start our stream in the future and on 2 p.m. Today was an hour late. We do stream music for 5 hours, and after that we're gonna be reading for an hour. I don't think I can do much more than that, especially with impersonating the people and doing different voices. I do feel that. What I also noticed though is how much my English improves by reading, which is just a natural thing, right? But I don't read as much as I did when I was a kid, and it certainly helped me grow a certain vocabulary in German, right, in my native language. So I do hope that reading this book and reading in English in general will help me get even more fluent, and it's even more easier for me to talk about what I want to talk about, and not being limited by my vocab, missing knowledge. So thank you so much, guys, for hanging today. I hope you had fun. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see each other tomorrow again. Our next music stream is tomorrow, Monday, the 12th of June. We will be streaming music for 4.5 hours probably tomorrow, starting at 5 hours, sorry, starting at 11 a.m. CEST, that's Central European Summertime, and we'll end at 4 p.m. I will go to the cinema tomorrow, super excited about seeing Across the Spider-Verse finally, since I loved the first movie. And yeah, so sleep well if it's late, have a nice evening, or enjoy your day, and we'll see each other tomorrow. One last thing that I wanted to say is we are rating. We were reading, now we're rating. We are rating Rob Does Music. Rob is a fellow streamer, friend, and pianist who will now continue playing music for you. If you were just lurking in the background, if you're just chilling, please join us on this raid to Rob. He's an amazing musician, and he will make sure to, to continue entertaining you. Special thanks to my mods today who helped out: Stallion Man, Doranica, Turka is, I think, still traveling. Thank you for posting the sub and rate and the raid call in chat, guys. Copy this one if you want to say hi. The living room way if you want to make some noise over there at Rob's. Otherwise, we'll just do a silent raid. And a special thanks, of course, as always, to the people who are supporting us and the stream on a monthly basis on Ko-fi. If you are considering this, do check out Ko-fi. I have put up a few new tiers with a few new perks. And yeah, not much more to say. Did the raid work? Because I don't see it in chat. Did it fail? Did it work? Yeah, the raid was created, right? I have no way of seeing how much longer we have until we raid. But I think it's going to be soon. So take care, guys. Thank you so much. And have a lovely rest of your week.